Hey dreamers, thank you for choosing this calming story to fall asleep to. Like most of my therapeutic stories, this isn't scripted. I just absorb myself in the experience and narrate what's unfolding before me. And as the story begins, so the video will transition to a black screen, and for those who find it helpful to settle down before tonight's bedtime story, I'll begin with a relaxation process. And if you don't need this, you can use the chapters to skip straight to the story. And if you'd like to support what I do here, please consider subscribing and perhaps sharing a few thoughts in the comments. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax as I count comfortably from 10 down to 1. And while I count, you can imagine a healing light passing through your body, healing and softening the muscles, gently calming the mind. From 10, relaxing the muscles around the top of the head, around the face, around your temple and your forehead, and the back of the head, and around your jaw and your eyes, smoothing those muscles so calmly, so softly, so carefully, relaxing deeper and deeper. 9, as that relaxation gradually works its way around the back of your head, slowly relaxing down the back of your neck, tingling gently with peace and calm and comfort, and guiding relaxation deeper down through you with each out-breath that you take, breathing in calm and comfort, breathing out any tension. That's it. And with each out-breath that you take, you can find yourself relaxing deeper and deeper asleep. And I don't know, as you relax deeper and deeper asleep, whether it'll be the sound of my voice or the spaces between my words that help you drift deeper and deeper asleep. 8. As that relaxation moves with the next out-breath, down your neck, around your neck, deep within you, drifting, floating deeper and more peacefully relaxed. That's it. 7. That relaxation moving carefully and slowly down those arms and around those shoulders and the shoulder blades, softening and relaxing those muscles, perhaps making those arms begin to feel heavier and heavier, in the same way that the eyelids can feel heavier and more relaxed. 6. With that relaxation moving down those arms, it can begin to reach the fingertips, bringing a deep sense of comfort and peace to those fingers. 5. That's it. Relaxing down around the chest, the upper back and deep within you, healing comfortably. Relaxation can then Move slowly towards your stomach and your lower sides and your lower back, softening and relaxing so calmly as a mind and body. 4, that's it, all the way as that relaxation moves down around your bottom and down into your legs, slowly moving down towards your feet. 3, that's it, moving all the way down those legs, deeper and deeper down, bringing a deep sense of peace and calm. Perhaps taking you to a place in your mind where you drift deeper and deeper asleep, so easily and effortlessly, so honestly and completely, where your mind becomes so calm and peaceful, where sleep just seems to draw you in, where the mind slows right down. That's it. 2, as relaxation spreads around those lower legs, down around the ankles, and down into the feet. 1, feeling that relaxation through your whole body, like a healing wave of peace and comfort. And you know the process of sleep involves the body relaxing fully. As the mind begins to drift off into its own reverie before passing into pleasant dreams. And as you continue listening to this, and we move into the story, so you can sleep deeply and sleep well all night long. And one day you're walking through a quaint high street, and it's a cobbled street with old shops. Many of the shops have existed here for hundreds of years, with many of the buildings being many hundreds of years old. Their wooden beams and white facades. And it's early evening on a cool winter's day, and the shop fronts are glowing so invitingly, and people are wrapped up warm as they walk through this quaint town. And you see in the distance a sign sticking out from the wall, and the sign just says, "Inner Focus Bookshop." And you feel drawn towards that bookshop. You walk along the cobbled street, hearing the sound of each footstep as you go, feeling the coolness of the air on your cheeks. You approach the door of the bookshop, and as you approach, you can see through the window the old books laid out just inside that bookshop. The soft, orangey glow of the lights within the bookshop. You push on the door to open it, and it sticks just for a moment before releasing, and you feel the tension of that door as you open it, and it knocks a bell that's attached to the door frame, jingling that bell, and you're hit with a wave of comfortable warmth and the orange glow of the bookshop. And you enter that bookshop, closing the door behind you, pushing it to and then having to give it one last little push to fully close it. And as it closes in the frame, so the bell jingles just ever so delicately again. And there's a certain stillness and quiet to this bookshop. And the ground in this bookshop is carpeted with the thickest, softest carpet that dulls every step that you take. And in this muted sound space, you begin to explore those shelves. And there are many shelves in this bookshop, all filled with old tomes. And behind the counter are shelves full of ancient manuscripts and even older books. And next to the counter is a glass cabinet containing some rare works. And on the counter are some piles of old books waiting to be placed on shelves. A really old looking cash register, and a stack of really old maps. And every movement you make seems to stimulate a slight waft of old book smell. And you walk around initially, looking at what books are in here, taking a look at the category names. And you walk down one side, then up the other, and then weave among the bookshelves in the middle. And once you have an idea of what's within this bookshop, you decide to go to the books that most interest you. And you head to those shelves and take a few books. And very carefully, with great care, you work your way through some of those pages, putting aside a couple of books you think you'll purchase. And at the back of the shop, there's an area that isn't very well lit. There's its own little nook, and being its own little nook, the light doesn't quite reach here. But as you approach the bookshelf here, so you hear the sound of a million tinkling bells, just so faintly, you almost wonder if it's a sound in your mind or a sound from outside of you. And you see that there's a row of books, all with curious names, sounding esoteric, or like they describe ancient knowledge and wisdom, the kind of thing often hidden from modern day shelves. And as you explore those books, you find some of them curious. But what becomes more curious than the books themselves is that you realize the shelf itself is what is tingling. That sound isn't coming from any book. It's coming from the actual shelf. And as you shine a light on the shelf, so you notice it looks like it's got the finest coating of dust that sparkles in the light. You run your finger through that dust, and the sparkling dust wafts gently off the shelf, some of it falling through the light, twinkling its way towards the ground. And as your finger reaches the end of the shelf, so there's a gentle flash of light, so soft you almost think you just blinked. But as the light clears, you just feel like the environment is different. The stillness is still still, but that stillness has now changed slightly. And you can't quite at first put your finger on it. And you step around. You look behind you and the shop looks different. You realize that thick carpet isn't beneath your feet. The sound isn't quite as dulled as it was before, and it's only a subtle thing, but something that you noticed. And you see, when you turn back, that where the shelf once was is now a door, and it's a purple, glowing, glistening, magical looking door. And you reach for the doorknob with deep curiosity. You carefully open the door. The weight of the door swinging so gently, almost effortlessly. And the other side of the door, you see an illuminated room in pristine condition, with really curious and magical looking decorations, with walls of drapes in purples, and in the heart of the room is a stone well, with a bucket hanging above that well. And you walk over to the well and you lower the bucket, and you keep lowering it until you hear it splush into the water. And then you raise that bucket back up, and the water in the bucket is a sparkling, pinky purple colour, like liquid electricity. And you feel this compulsion to place your hands into that bucket, to scoop some of that water and drink some of that water from your hands. And as you do that, you feel the water so cool passing in through your mouth, down your throat, tingling through your body, reaching the tips of your fingers, filling your mind with intense wisdom. You feel this compulsion to sit down and write, and near the well is a pad of parchment. And a fountain pen, and a little glass jar of purple fountain pen ink. And you add some of that ink to the pen and begin writing, almost unconsciously, just the hand writing on its own. The pen scratching on that parchment as you rapidly write, as if something deeper than thoughts is transmitted straight to the hand, where you're almost an observer on the writing taking place before you. And the writing begins to describe an old bakery that used to be situated here hundreds of years ago. And the baker used to make the most incredible muffins. And while you write, so you start to smell that smell of those muffins. You start to hear the sounds of the bakery, the sounds of customers arriving and ordering food, some sitting down at one of the few tables, enjoying eating in. And you write about this baker who made these most incredible muffins. They'd wake up at 5 a.m. every day. They'd head to their bakery. They'd bake the food for the day. People would turn up early and queue outside, waiting for the bakery to open. The smell of the baked goods wafting down the street, almost like a lure, capturing passers-by, luring them in to the bakery. And the baker never revealed what their secret was behind making such perfect muffins. And you find yourself writing about how that baker was so revered, and then how that baker had a magic book, and inside that book was a recipe for infusing happiness within baked goods. And so they infused each muffin with a dollop of happiness. And people would come from far and wide to feel happy from consuming those muffins. But the ingredients the baker needed meant that once a year, at a certain time when the moon was in a certain place in the sky, and the tide changed just right. The baker would go on a trip. They'd have to get on a raft, heading out to sea, finding their way to an area out to sea that was only possible to reach when the tide was at its absolute lowest. And they would dive down from the raft into the shallow water. They'd swim down into an underwater cave, and a short distance into the cave they would come out into a chamber, and they'd walk out into that chamber that was free from water, and within that chamber was a red door. And they'd open that door, and through the door was a curious space, a space of glowing mushrooms. And these glowing mushrooms seemed to grow with the moist walls, and the water gently flowing down those walls was filtering from the ocean overhead. And something about the interaction between that water and whatever was within the rocks that was then consumed by the growing mushrooms contained a chemical that, when added to those pies, led to those pies being able to bring happiness. And so the baker once a year would come to this space, would cut the mushrooms from the walls, and as they were cut, so that would trigger their spores to release, and the spores would catch in the breeze in this space and flow around, creating a cloud that would float up to the roof of the cave and mix and mingle. And the mushrooms would fall down and float in the water. And in the base of this space, the moist walls created a thin layer of water on the floor. And they would pick up those mushrooms, fill a bag with the mushrooms, and over a period of time, the spores would settle and fill the cave, sticking to the walls, falling to the floor. And the life cycle of this mushroom would continue again. And they would dive back through that hole, head back to their raft, find the way back to their bakery. And out the back of their bakery, they had a warm room, and they'd hang those mushrooms in that warm room, and the mushrooms would dry off over a number of days. And a number of days later, They'll take those mushrooms and turn the mushrooms into powder, and fill jars with that powder, and then use that powder in their cooking, lacing the muffins with the powder, and the taste was barely noticeable, but the muffins would now bring happiness. And you continue to write this story of the baker as it seems to flood in your mind. It turns into something of a lullaby, telling the story of the baker on a sunny day, sharing their baked goods at a church sale, raising money for those in need. People coming from far and wide, from other towns, just to buy the muffins at the church sale. The community rallying around the baker. And the baker begins to wonder whether the people of the community only like the fact that they bake this food they like. They start to doubt whether people like them as an individual. And so they decide to do a test. They bake fruit pies, they bake bread. And they don't lace things for a little while with the mushrooms. And although people acknowledge that these products don't have that special something that the muffins have, they smile and they come in. And they appreciate the baker for who they are, not just for what they do. And the baker continues to go back to baking those muffins. And you find yourself obsessively writing this whole life story of the baker. As they reach an age where they meet somebody, they get married, they have the grandest wedding in this town, they bake the food for their own wedding, they have children and bake the birthday cake for their children. The children grow up and leave home and set off on their own lives, and the baker enjoys sitting down and reading letters as they receive them about the adventures of their children. And the town evolves around them. And the baker gets older and older, but continues doing what they've always done. And it feels such a compulsion to write this baker's story, as if it's a story that needed to be told. And as a grandfather, the baker made the most incredible sticky cake with maple syrup. And it was the largest cake they'd ever made. And the whole town gathered round to eat it. and the baker felt they needed to share their story. They needed to share about those mushrooms. They felt it was important to continue that on. They'd learnt it secretly at a young age, from a traveller to the town. And they never had the chance to share that story. But the mushrooms were in this room. And they poured a jar of the mushroom powder into the well. And they infused the mushroom powder with their dreams, with their memories. They knew the magic of the mushrooms. They knew that one day someone would arrive who could tell their story for them. And after compulsively writing the story, you head back out of this room. You close the door and turn around, and as you do, the strangest thing happens. You find yourself in that bookshop. You turn back to face the door to see the shelves. The bookshop is back as a normal bookshop. You talk to the member of staff in this bookshop. You ask about what was here before, and they tell you about the bakery and the incredible baker that used to own that bakery, and how this bookshop was opened on the site of the bakery. And that was hundreds of years ago, and this has been in the family for generations as a bookshop. And you leave the bookshop, having looked at a few more of the books. You continue on through the town, heading to a tavern, asking if they have a room for the night. You head up to the room. You settle down in the room, and while relaxing, you think about the experience. Think about what you've written, and how that written work is now stored in a magical room that seems to appear and disappear. You realize that it's only a few more weeks until the night when the moon is in the right place and the tide is just right. And you know from your memories from writing, from connecting with the baker and their experience, where you'd have to go to find that room. And so you stay here for a few more nights, spending time in this area during the days, before making your journey towards the coast. And you know where you're heading, the coast. And you stay in a hotel near the shore. And then on the day The moon's just in the right place. You head out to sea, only you don't do it on a raft. You have a slightly better boat, and you row out from the shore. You reach the point you need to be at. You drop an anchor, dive in, swim down into that cave, and you find that chamber. You open the door to discover a room crammed with mushrooms, unused for centuries, going through their natural life cycle here, but unchecked. You take some of those mushrooms, head back to the boat, head back to the shore. Then back at the hotel room. You wonder what you should do. It feels like the mushrooms need someone to be a baker, someone to make use of them, someone to be the caretaker of the mushrooms, to harvest them, to keep them in check. You explore whether you can find any of the relatives of the baker, and you find one relative who lives in the mountains. And so a few days later, you head into those mountains, trekking up in the mountains, following a mountainous path, up into the snow. The wind rushing around your head, finding your way to an old mountain temple. You head into that mountain temple, knock on the door, and a solitary person answers the door. You explain who you are, where you came from. You tell the story of the baker. You explain about the mushrooms. And this distant relative has led a very spiritual life, seeking inner happiness and peace, searching for the meaning of life. And you explain that while they're up here, on their own, year after year, seeking the meaning of life, they're missing out on what the baker discovered about the meaning of life, that the meaning of life is to bring happiness and joy to others. Is to reach the end of your life without regrets, aware that you're going to live on in the hearts and minds of those who knew you, in the changes you've made, in those lives you've touched. the baker decided that was the meaning of life, and they lived that life. And you share some of those mushrooms with this distant relative. And they mix up some tea with the mushrooms, and together you both drink that tea and have a shared experience. Something which seems hallucinated, yet seems almost real in that both of you were joined in sharing that experience together. And they experience the life of the baker. They learn what the mushrooms can do. They find a deep insight that stimulates them to make a change in life, to find a use for the mushrooms in a life they can create that's compatible with them. And they accept that they'll become the keeper of the mushrooms. Every year, on just the right night, they'll gather up and harvest the mushrooms. And they'll find somebody who they can begin to train up as an apprentice, who can then take over from them when the time is right. And they thank you for your support and for the changes you'll make to the lives of many by helping this one person to see things in a whole new way. And you descend the mountain. And you've had visions of what the future will hold, how things will change because of your actions. And it brings a deep and warm, fuzzy feeling within you. And it's a long journey home. But once home, you reflect on the experience you had. You're curious about visiting that town again, exploring that bookshop, and meeting again with that distant relative of the baker. And once home, you've held on to some of the mushrooms, and from time to time you sprinkle a little bit of mushroom powder on the top of your drinks. And not only does it help you feel so peaceful and calm, but it gives a certain connection and understanding. Somehow you have a deeper connection with those mushrooms than when others consume them because of the experience you've had. Then you head to bed, and feeling so relaxed and deeply comfortable, you drift and float peacefully asleep into Slumberland. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice, or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably fall asleep, you can take a moment to allow yourself to get comfortable. And imagine a healing light softly, slowly and gently passing down from the top of your head to the tips of your toes, relaxing gently down through you as I count down from 10 to 1, and with each count your mind can quieten and calm down. The muscles through your body can soften and relax, and you can begin the process of drifting peacefully asleep. From 10, that healing light, relaxing the muscles around the top of the head, around the back of your head, gently, carefully relaxing the muscles around the side of your head, around your temple, your forehead. And with each out-breath, that relaxation can deepen so peacefully, so comfortably, as it flows down around the eyes, around the ears. 9. That relaxation moving down around the jaw, relaxing that jaw, allowing the tongue to relax, the lips to relax, the nostrils to gently relax. With the relaxation moving carefully, slowly, as that healing light passes down the back of the neck, softening and calming those muscles around the sides of the neck, the front of the neck, down from the head, gradually moving that calming, healing light out across the shoulders, shoulder blades, relaxing those muscles like a deep massage passing through your mind and body. 8. As that relaxation begins to move down those arms, and I don't know which arm the relaxation will move down fastest, whether it'll be the right arm or the left arm, but you can be aware of that healing light spreading gently down those arms, around the biceps and triceps, down into the forearms, 7. moving all the way down to the wrists, palms of the hands, down to the fingertips, and perhaps as that relaxation continues through those arms with each out breath, the arms begin to feel heavier or lighter, or some other sensation as relaxation sets in, and you know the process for sleep is that the body begins to relax. And while the body becomes physically relaxed, so the mind begins to drift and dream, initially to brief moments of reveries, before settling on the first dream of the night. Six, and that healing light can spread down from the shoulder blades and from the shoulders and down around the chest, the upper back, softening and relaxing those muscles, gently calming the breathing, helping you drift deeper and deeper into the experience. 5, the healing light moving down towards the stomach, the lower back, the sides, relaxing those muscles as it goes, bringing a deep sense of peace and calmness to your upper body, releasing any tension. Perhaps occasionally finding yourself shifting just a little to get a little more comfortable. 4, with that relaxation spreading down around your buttocks, down into your upper legs. 3, passing that relaxation down towards the lower legs. Perhaps those legs feeling heavier and heavier. And maybe as the body becomes deeply relaxed and your focus drifts inside, more on what's going on for you in your mind, you lose some awareness of the body as it becomes incredibly still. 2, the relaxation spreading down to your feet, calming, softly relaxing all the way down to the tips of your toes. 1, as a final wave of relaxation pulses gently through you from the top of your head, down through your body, all the way down to the tips of your toes, as your mind begins to drift and dream and wander. Into tonight's sleep story. And as you relax into tonight's sleep story, you find yourself walking through a prehistoric world. are tall trees towering overhead. Large ferns and broad leaf plants. And the air is humid, and that moisture is gathering on the leaves, pooling on those leaves, drips flowing down those leaves, finding crevices to journey down the leaf before reaching the tip of the leaf, gathering up and then dropping to the ground, splushing on the ground with a gentle thud and a slight puff of dirt. And you're walking through this prehistoric landscape. The sound of each footstep pushing through the undergrowth. The different sounds of ancient animals. And as you push out into a clearing, so you look over a valley, and down in that valley is a herd of long-necked dinosaurs. And even from this distance you can see, with each step that they take, the trees around them vibrate as the ground shakes gently. And as that herd of long-necked dinosaurs finds an area of foliage, you watch the way that they eat. They don't lift their heads up to the tops of trees or stand on their hind legs. They move their head as far as they can to the left, and at the height of their head, in a narrow range, they consume vegetation, and gradually, almost like the way a typewriter slowly moves with the typing, they move their head along, eating the foliage a little further along, and then along a little further and a little further still. And so they remain planted on the spot, standing in one location, while their head moves on their long neck, swinging from left to right, eating foliage in a narrow strip around the height of their head. And then they take a step forward and repeat this process. Of swinging their head from one side to the other while eating, and you watch as an entire herd gathers and does this the way they space themselves, each having its own area to eat. And you watch as smaller dinosaurs gather around those dinosaurs, eating leaves that fall to the ground. And taking advantage of the slight clearings created by these dinosaurs walking through. And as you look over the valley, you can see a wide river passing down the middle of that valley. Way off in the distance on the other side of the river, the valley continues to a cliff similar to what you're on at this side. And the valley is so green and lush, full of vegetation, herds of dinosaurs. Different creatures flying in the sky. The light glistening gently on the top of the river water. Some dinosaurs gathering around the edge of the water, grabbing a drink. Others in a narrow herd, crossing that water, heading off to the far side of the valley. And you can see a narrow path down into the valley. Following it down, gently and carefully, from the cliff you're on, down to the valley floor. And as you descend, so you head down past tall trees, towering in this valley, hugging the edge of the cliff. Hearing the rustling of the trees as the wind blows a breeze. Seeing some small mammals creeping around in the treetops, almost like prehistoric squirrels, running around, playing around the trunks, running along thick branches, jumping from tree to tree, keeping themselves out the way up here, high in the canopies. And you descend below those treetops, finding your way all the way to the valley floor, and crunching through the undergrowth. You walk among those trees, finding your way out into the clearing of the valley, among tall grasses and other wild plants, and you hear a buzzing and see a giant dragonfly flying just a little way off in the distance, really admiring the iridescence of the wings, the speed that they're moving, the control the dragonfly has as it flies around and manages to stop and hover, and even manages to fly backwards at points. And you head across this valley, through the open space, getting closer and closer to the herds of dinosaurs. And as you get closer, so you begin to feel the vibrations through the ground with each step that they take, almost hearing the sound of each step through your feet, through the low rumbling frequencies given off by each step they take. And their limbs look like tree trunks. And it's almost a wonder how they manage to lift those legs and take any steps at all. And you continue to watch the way they feed and get closer and closer, absorbed in the excitement of seeing these dinosaurs, of learning how they live. And you head through the herd, finding your way towards that shallow and wide river. And the closer you get to the water, the fresher the air smells. You begin to hear the sound of the water, the gentle flowing sound along the edge of that river as the water interacts with the bank. You watch as different dinosaurs come over to the river, the way they stop and take some time to drink some water. And you follow the edge of this river, heading through the center of this valley. And as you continue to walk, curious, learning, making your observations, so the sun continues passing across the sky and begins to gently set. And there's just the faintest wispy clouds in the sky. You can see those stars being turned on one by one in the night sky. And you see way off in the distance a gentle golden glowing seeming to come from within the water of this river. And so you walk towards that glowing light as the sun continues to set. And the closer you get to the glowing light, the more you begin to hear a gentle hum, the most pleasant frequency. And you find your way to the bit of shore nearest to that glowing underwater light. And you see what looks like a glowing orb within the water, just beneath the surface, with the water above that glowing orb rippling slightly as the orb seems to spin and pulse gently. And you dive into the water and you swim towards the orb. And the closer you get, the more you feel a gentle tingling through your mind and body, until you reach that orb and swim within it. And the boundary from outside the orb to inside the orb doesn't feel like anything. It's just no different to swimming through water. It's just that you go from being outside of delight to inside of it, and you swim into it, and in a flash there's silence and stillness and a deep sense of relaxation. And you're aware that you're sitting on dry land. And as you open your eyes here, you can feel that water running gently down you, still wet from being underwater. And you can see that it's night time here, but the air is a comfortable temperature. And buzzing over to you, you see a glowing green light. And as that glowing green light gets closer, so you notice it's a green fairy. And they invite you to come with them and guide you through this landscape. You notice the sky above, the pattern of stars is different to where you just were. And you walk through the tall grasses, this landscape having a gentle dark blue hue under a soft moonlit night, the sounds of crickets surrounding you. Such a soft sound, deeply calming. And you follow that fairy, and they head towards a campfire you can see in the distance, the orange glow dancing, shadows hopping around the landscape. You sit on a log beside the fire, its warmth gently drying you off. The fairy perches on a log beside the fire. And they converse with you about these portals, about where you've just been, what you've just seen, where you might go next. This connection between landscapes, between worlds at different times. Each portal in any one world looks just like an orb of light. But if you stretched that portal through the multiverse, it's more like a golden thread. With each orb in each universe, being more like where the golden thread pokes into that universe before poking back out of it again, almost like a golden thread weaving a single point in time in multiple universes. And you can access that golden thread by stepping into any of those orbs, accessing the points where it's weaved within a reality. And it's weaved through time. So here you're in a land of fairies and fantasy creatures. And the reason you're able to see these orbs and experience them is your curiosity driving you towards the unknown, towards wanting to learn and gain knowledge, to understand reality on a much deeper level. And the fairy pulls out a small prism, holds it on the palm of her hand, angles it just right so the light of the campfire shines through the prism, and the other side, the light becomes a rainbow. And the rainbow seems to fade into particles sparkling in the air. And she explains, that's what that thread looks like as it approaches the portal. You can uncover the thread on its travel into a dimension. And then there'll be one point where the thread will coalesce to a portal. And then the same as a weaving, as the thread moves away from that point, you can catch a glimpse of it using a prism. And she hands you that small prism. She offers you some food by this campfire and a chance to rest. And this space here is so peaceful, so calm. And you set up a camp by the fire, and the fairy has a camp by the fire, and you rest in that camp as that fire burns down to embers, and you and the fairy talk through the night until at some point, without even realizing exactly at what point, you find yourself drifting into the most pleasant sleep. And when you awaken in the morning, the fairy's gone and the fire's burned down to embers. And there's just a note telling you which direction to head through the landscape. And so you head through this landscape, following the directions on the note. And in the daytime you can see this is a vast open meadow. There are sounds of birds, the gentle rustling sound of the grasses moving in the breeze, the sight of distant trees, and you walk through this landscape. And at one point you hear what almost sounds like a growl in the sky, and you see above the tree line a dragon flying high, circling overhead. And you've never seen a dragon before, so you don't know what to think. And so you continue on your journey. And after quite a long time of walking, eventually you stumble across a dirt track that could almost pass as a barely used road. And you follow that track, continuing on the same direction. And the sun begins to set once more. And while the sun sets and the moon starts to rise in the sky, you see silhouetted against the orangey sky what looks like a striking, tall tower, the tip of a distant palace. And so you begin to head towards that palace. And you decide you're not going to stop until you reach it. And so you walk as the sun fully sets, continue as the moon begins its journey across the sky, that sky darkening more and more as night sets in. And well into the night, you eventually begin to approach that palace. And and you decide it would be rude to knock on a palace door this late at night. So when you're only a short distance from the palace, you set up camp once more. You settle down for the night, and you easily and effortlessly drift and float, so peacefully asleep. And the next morning, you pack up and make your way the short walk to that palace, and in the daytime you can see how striking the palace looks. Almost glowing white as the sunlight catches the stonework and glistens off the windows like 1,000 diamonds on each pane. Then you head up to the entrance. You knock on the door. The door opens with a creak. And the other side of the door, you see the most beautiful looking person. And she introduces herself as Queen Ruby. She's the Red Queen of the land. She was expecting you and thought you'd perhaps arrive late the night before. But she's glad you've made it here now, regardless. She says that she was told you'll be seeking something, and you won't even know you are seeking it. You will have just been driven by an unconscious drive, knowing you're looking for something, knowing you're journeying for a reason, but not having any awareness of that. And she takes you through this palace, across the echoey stone floor, down a corridor lined with rugs which dull each footstep, to a dense wooden door. You pass through that wooden door, and in the chamber the other side of the door is an old book on a plinth, and she tells you, looking into that book will give you the answers you seek that you didn't even know you were looking for. But they'll explain things to you on a deeper level than you perhaps realize. And that book smells of leather, and you carefully lift the heavy front cover. And there's writing on the first page in indistinct script. And then on the second page, You can just see your reflection, and the page is like a mirror, and yet as thin and fine as paper. And the page after that, and the page after that, and every subsequent page is a mirror. And you look at each page, working your way from the front to the back of the book. And once you've looked through the book a few times, a sense of confusion sets in, and a deep sense of curiosity, wondering about its meaning, wondering what you're supposed to gain from a book, with nothing in it that you could understand. And Queen Ruby tells you that you can meditate on its meaning and you'll find the answer you seek. And she shows you out of this room, through the palace, out to the palace gardens, to a meditation stone situated in the most beautiful Zen garden. She suggests you rest on that stone, close your eyes, and in your mind's eye imagine turning the pages of that book very slowly. And when you reach the end of the book, imagine closing the book, opening it again and turning the pages very slowly. Imagine what it feels like to do that. Imagine the process of moving your hands, handling the book, turning those pages. And so you rest on that stone. You begin to meditate in that Zen garden. And as you turn the pages of the book in your mind, occasionally you notice a glimmer of light flash on the page, as if the mirrored page catches a hint of sunlight. And perhaps it's the 7th, or maybe even the 9th, or perhaps somewhere in between time of reading that book, of going over it in your mind's eye. Each page just begins to glow with light, as if the entire page is reflecting sunlight. And once each page is glowing with light, you get an aha moment, and that glowing light begins to pass through your mind and body, connecting you with this deep understanding, as the book disappears and seems to merge within you, becoming one with you, and you have this sense of becoming light on that rock within that Zen garden. You suddenly know what it all means. You understand things in a whole new way. You know, without even knowing it, how this is going to shape the rest of your quest towards the future. You begin to understand on a deep, unconscious level how this new learning is going to help you relax in various situations and understand the world in a whole new, wonderful way. And after your experience, you hear a gentle chime in the background, softly bringing you out of the experience. And you see Queen Ruby tapping a bell. And when she sees that you've come round and you've understood the experience, she invites you to stay for some food, to share your newfound learning. And after sharing that newfound learning, and enjoying that food, you're shown to a bedroom with the most comfortable bed. You rest down on that bed and begin to drift asleep. And after a few moments of drifting asleep, you hear a tinkling sound in the background. You light a candle beside the bed. You lift up that prism. You see the light split into the colours of a rainbow. The way that rainbow reaches out and sparkles, illuminating the path to the next portal. You get out of bed and follow that path to the next portal. You see in the gardens of this palace a sundial, and at the moment it's night time with the moon overhead, and you head over to that sundial and you touch the tip of the sundial, and like clockwork you can hear cogs whirring. The sundial moves aside to reveal a portal beneath that sundial. And you drop down into the portal and find yourself landing in a familiar landscape. A beautiful countryside landscape, just a short distance from your home. And you follow a familiar route home, realizing you've learned everything you're supposed to learn here now. You've understood the connection between the multiverse and the thread that weaves them together. And you head home to your own bed. And as you enter your front door, you find a letter from that fairy telling you she's shown you the way home, and that you now know everything you need to know to explore reality in a whole new way. And you head up to bed, You settle down in bed, and it takes you no effort at all to drift and float. So peacefully, so comfortably relaxed asleep into Slumberland. And as you comfortably fall asleep, a small robot begins to wake up. And the robot is lying beneath a large old oak tree, its branches stretching wide overhead, its leaves rustling gently in an early morning breeze, the light carefully filtering down through the branches, dancing on the ground below, and meandering with each gentle gust of wind across the robot's smooth metal shell. And beads of dew gently gather and coalesce before running and finding a path in tiny droplets down the metal shell of the robot. Some of those beads, as they fall, catching glints of sunlight, sparkling like tiny diamond droplets. And as the small robot rests there, just observing the world around them, feeling the grass beneath their feet, how cool and gentle that grass is. A soft humming begins within their chest, carefully rising and falling, almost like the robot is beginning to breathe as it wakes up to the most beautiful morning, listening to the sounds of birds singing in the distance, before after a while turning their head, looking around, watching the way the waves of wind dance across the top of the grasses, the moving flashes of colour as wildflowers waddle on the spot. Watching as butterflies and bees begin their day, flitting from plant to plant. And the robot continues to observe this place, almost as if it's calibrating to work out how it should move and where it should move to. They have this feeling like they should be able to remember who they are, Yet no name comes to mind. Just a gentle presence, a gentle sense of being in the moment. And the robot looks around and notices a small caterpillar crawling across a nearby leaf, and incredibly delicately the robot reaches up with its metal arm, reaches out with a metal finger, and very carefully touches the underside of that leaf. Its sensors in the fingertips registering the soft waxiness of the leaf. And the robot stands and begins to walk away from the tree, walking out into the sunlight. The slightest hint of mist as the water evaporates from its body. And walking on that soft ground, the feet pushing through the grasses. The robot's eyes widen as they observe this world around them, and they're unsure of their past, just aware of this moment, curious where they came from, how they came to be underneath the tree, awakening now. In this most beautiful, calming landscape. And while they walk through the meadow, they begin to hear the distant sound of running water, softly flowing down a stream. And they walk through this meadow, veering off towards the sound. And as they approach the stream, so they notice the way the sunlight catches the surface of the water, beads of light dancing and shimmering to the sound of that flowing water. Ripples moving their way to shore, waves meandering around rocks, and the robot continues on along the edge of the stream. Following a narrow path that weaves and winds along the edge of that stream. The sun's light rising higher in the sky, the sounds of nature increasing in volume as more creatures come out as the day progresses. continue on the edge of this stream, feeling comfortably relaxed, curious where their journey will take them. Until eventually, as the afternoon sets in, the path along the edge of the stream carefully widens. They can see a bridge off in the distance, and the stream begins to widen. And as the stream gently widens, so the water seems to carefully slow down. And they find their way to a patch of weathered stones. And the stones don't just look weathered by nature or time, but by frequent use over many years. And as the robot walks up onto one of those stones, there's a slight clanging sound of those steps from the soft ground to the solid stone. They climb onto that stone. They crouch down on that stone. They imagine centuries of people coming here, sitting down and meditating. And so, like those centuries of people meditating in the past, they close their eyes. They focus their ears on the sound of the stream, focusing on the fine detail in the sound, almost hearing every aspect of that sound, while feeling the warmth of the sun on their body, noticing the gentle glow through their closed eyes. Feeling the occasional sense of the breeze as it flows around their metal cheeks, through their metal nostrils, around their body, and the way the breeze flows around the robot creates a very slight echoing sound from within the robot. And the robot tries focusing on whether that's due to the breeze getting internal, or whether it's just the vibrations internally caused by the breeze softly buffeting its outer body. And as the robot relaxes and meditates there, so they focus on the idea of the different animals within the meadow, their lives, their routines, their part in the greater whole. They focus on the gentle movements of plants of the trees, and the way that all things here are connected. And as they drift and dream and float into the most pleasant meditation, so they decide to mimic meditation practices of old. Allowing the pistons and mechanics around their artificial facial muscles to soften and relax. And they allow that relaxation of their various artificial parts to spread down through their neck to their shoulders, down their back, down their chest, their front, down their sides and stomach, and lower back, and relaxation spreading down through the arms. Curious which arm the relaxation spreads down fastest as they drift deeper and deeper into their first and only remembered meditative experience, as the relaxation continues flowing so calmly, so softly, down into their legs, softening and relaxing through their whole body, as if reprogramming their circuitry, and bringing peace and calm to the soles of their feet. And as they continue to relax and drift with the meditation, hearing the sounds around them, feeling a deep sense of peace and calm, they drift into robot dreams. And as their mind explores these electronic dreams, they explore what it means to be aware, to exist, as if perhaps this is their first day, and perhaps that's why they have no memory of anything prior to today. They're just here and in the moment. And the robot absorbs themselves so deeply in the experience, in this meditation, and they almost have this sense of genuinely drifting into dreams in their mind, into fantasy lands they've never seen or explored before. And as they drift, so their mind begins to visualize. At first, there's just a slight glow from the light of the sun shining on their eyes. But out of that soft glow, they imagine themselves drifting through space, floating through time, finding their way to an unknown planet. They find themselves in their mind, settling onto that planet and relaxing, and encountering curious creatures, wondrous beings. They see a dragon flying in the air, so enormous yet so graceful. They see some unicorn grazing in a field, their horns almost sparkling and shining with the most perfect white light. They walk through the landscape on this strange planet. They see a lake, and flying over the water on that lake, casting sparkling, glowing light on the lake below, are fairies, almost humming with tinkling bells. And one of the fairies flies over to them, waves a magic wand around them. They notice a sparkling light spreading, circling, wrapping around them from their feet, up through their body, until it extends beyond their head. And with that sparkling light they notice a tingle, so calming, so pleasant, tingling through their feet, their legs, gradually up through their body to the top of their head, as if electricity is gently sparkling through them. And as it clears, they feel different. As they take their first steps, something about walking feels different. Everything they see looks different. They walk to the water's edge and gaze into the calm water. And they see that they've become a real human. They touch their face with their hands while looking into the lake, feeling their cheeks, their eyebrows, the shape of their nose, feeling around their ears, touching their hair, admiring what they look like as a human. And they feel a rumbling in their stomach, a slight aching. They don't understand. The fairy informs them that's hunger. And the fairy guides them towards a cabin in the woods, the fairy knocks on the cabin, and a cat-like being answers the door, invites them in, and prepares them some food, and they sit by the log fire and begin eating that food, and find it an almost overwhelming experience at first, adapting to the sensation of eating food, to genuinely experiencing the tastes. Previously, they'd only understood taste and smell through computer programs and logical concepts, of which receptors get triggered when scent particles enter the body. Or when particles leading to taste enter the mouth. And the whole experience was logical, rational, very different from this current experience they're having. This almost visceral experience, this subjective experience, an experience almost too difficult to put into words. And they notice the curious way that consuming the food dulls the ache, but after a while they get another ache, and the fairy explains that one is your body telling you to stop and relax. And so they stop eating, and while they rest there, they feel the warmth of the fire, gently massaging their cheeks, the softness of the seat they're resting in. How profound this experience is, how subjective the experience is. And after a while of resting here, talking with the owner of this cabin and with the fairy, they begin to yawn, and the yawn takes them by surprise, as they don't know what that experience was. They'd never yawned as a robot. And it's explained to them. This is tiredness, and it can sometimes happen after eating. Sometimes from deep relaxation, and sometimes just because it's now time to recharge. Not just to recharge the body, but the mind. And they're invited to stay the night and they're shown through to the most comfortable looking room. And they climb onto the bed, feeling the softness of that bed. They rest back on the bed. And it doesn't take much for them to drift and float so peacefully, so relaxed asleep. And the next morning they awaken, still tucked deeply within this dream. They experience their first morning as a human, experiencing their first time of needing the loo, and how unexpected that feeling is. Of their body responding with salivation and other physical responses to the smell of the cooking breakfast, to the smell of drinks being made, the way their heart almost flutters slightly, to the sounds of nature from outside, and the deep sense of peace from the kindness of strangers. And they enjoy their morning. And the fairy recommends they set off and explore for a while, explore what it's like to be a human out on a walk, to have the very human experience of listening to nature, of smelling wildflowers, of feeling what the ground feels like beneath the feet. And so after breakfast, they set off to explore the landscape. As they continue to drift deeper and deeper into their mind, and they notice the strange sensation after hours of walking, of the legs getting tired, they notice that overwhelming urge to stop and sit, to take stock and enjoy the environment. And after a while, as night sets in here, they find themselves lying down, relaxing, on a bed of grass in the meadow, watching the stars overhead as they gently twinkle, until their eyes carefully close. They drift deeper and deeper asleep. And eventually morning creeps round. And they awaken, still meditating on that stone, hearing how sounds have changed, feeling deeply relaxed. And as they continue on, following the stream, a part of their mind is preoccupied with their first ever dream. Curious what they can learn from the dream, what the dream was teaching them, and how much freedom is contained within a dream. And they explore in their mind while walking what it means to be conscious, whether dreaming like that, and exploring the subjective experiences in life helps to give them a subjective understanding on their sensory experiences as a robot. They assume they were designed to dream. And as they continue exploring, so they explore their mind also, learning what they can about the nature of existence, of sentience. They stop and watch butterflies flit from flower to flower, birds singing in the trees, caterpillars crawling around on the plants, bees walking around the face of plants. Really learning and exploring and wondering, how does conscious experience and self-awareness differ from one being to another? How do they know if they are a conscious, sentient being, or just following programming and maybe just responding in a way that's very predictable? And they try and compare their lived experience with the experience they had in the dream while meditating deeply. And the whole time they ponder the question of consciousness. They feel compelled to continue to walk a certain route, and eventually this route, leading around the stream, which is getting wider and wider and becoming more of a river, seems to flow down towards the lights of a town. And so they head to the lights of that town, and on arrival at the town they're welcomed with open arms as the latest robot to find themselves. They realise this is a town of sentient robots, all of whom have been through very similar experience all of whom had to find themselves and learn and understand in new ways. And they get shown to where they'll be living. They get spoken to about the different roles that different robots have, and that there'll be an expectation for them to take on a role in the community, to work at finding their identity, to find what they're good at, what they like to spend their time doing. And when it gets to night time again, and after their time of mixing and mingling, they head to their home here. They settle down in bed, and they drift and float so peacefully, so calmly, so relaxed into Slumberland. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably fall asleep, I'm going to tell a bedtime story in the background. And I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice, or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And just before we progress to the story, allow yourself to get comfortable, perhaps shift about a little, releasing any tension from the day. And notice perhaps a gentle healing light enveloping your head, passing healing, comfort and well-being down through your head. And as I talk, you can notice that as it moves down and softens and relaxes deep within you, through the muscles, through every fibre of your being, down your neck, around your jaw, around your face, down to your shoulders, down your arms, all the way to the tips of your fingers, down your back and front, all the way down to your stomach, down into your legs, all the way to the tips of your toes. And as that continues, I'm just going to softly count from 10 down to 1 to help you drift deeper inside, to help calm any thoughts, to help you focus easier, more effortlessly on this story. 10, 9, and with each number and with each out breath, you can drift deeper and more relaxed into the experience. 8, 7, that's it. 6, all the way. 5, deeper and deeper, so easily and so effortlessly. For the relaxation continuing to spread comfortably down through your body, softening and relaxing those muscles. As your body relaxes and prepares for sleep, so your mind calms and drifts and dreams. 3, 2, that's it, all the way. 1, that's it. As we now begin the story. And you find yourself walking through the most beautiful meadow. The sounds of the rustling leaves of distant trees, a distant hint of songbirds singing, the way the grass of the meadow flows almost like waves on an ocean, as that hint of a breeze tickles the tops of the grasses, occasionally wafting the sweetest scent of wild flowers to your nostrils. Watching as bees and butterflies flit from plant to plant, and way off in the distance, somewhere towards the horizon, you can see a thin tendril of smoke meandering up towards the sky. And you continue to walk through this meadow, each footstep the most comfortable, dull thud on the soil beneath. And as each foot slides forward through the grasses, it gently rustles around the feet, before the next dull thud of a footstep. And you walk slowly, gently, peacefully, almost just meandering through this meadow, curious about that smoke in the distance, pondering what it could be. Based on its size and the colour of the smoke, you feel it's likely the smoke of a campfire. And you continue on through the meadow. And as you walk through this meadow, so occasional fluffy clouds drift into view and creep across the sun. The shadows gliding across the landscape below. The temperature cooling slightly as shadows pass across your body, and then warming again once the shadow moves on. And occasionally a few clouds in the sky will bunch up, and the sun has to pierce its way through the cracks and crevices between those clouds casting wide rays of light to dance across the landscape. And it takes most of the day walking through the meadows, walking up and down undulating hills, to begin to close in on the source of that smoke. And as you do, night begins to wrap the landscape below in the most beautiful, deep, dark blue hue, with sparkling diamonds dusted through the night sky. And as the sun has set over the horizon and the sky has turned deep shades of blue, so the distant orange flickering glow of a campfire dances through woodland, and you head into those trees, and carefully in the darkness work your way around those trees, feeling your way through with your hands, the fingertips running across the bark of the trees, noticing the texture and the temperature of the trunks of those trees, the soft creaking of the branches as they dance gently in the breeze. And as you near the campfire, heading through these trees towards a clearing, you can hear the distant popping and crackling of that fire, the way the light dances and moves as the fire flickers. The orangey glow permeating the landscape. And before you've even reached the clearing, you can hear a soft, mumbling, friendly sounding voice, and smell the sweetest, most pleasant smell. And you head out of the trees into the clearing. You see the campfire flickering away, a small tent near the campfire, its sides blowing gently in the breeze. You see the silhouette of somebody sat near the fire, the fire the other side of them. You approach that person from behind. You make sure to be making enough noise to be heard, so as not to startle them as you approach. And as you arrive at that person, it's you that's perhaps a little startled when you realise that they're a gingerbread man, and that it is this person who smells so sweet. And you speak as you approach, introducing yourself. They turn to face you with a smile and gesture for you to sit on a log near the fire. And so you sit down softly on the log. You share about how you saw the fire, just the smoke in the distance, and thought, I'm going to investigate that. And you set off on a long journey, roaming through meadows, up and down undulating hills, through that patch of woodland, and out here to the clearing. And the gingerbread man explains they're on a trip. They've set out to find themselves, and the only way to find themselves is to get away from everything that's not you, so that what's left is just yourself. And they're on their way to a remote location, somewhere they'll be able to be alone, to relax and meditate, to truly discover themselves. As it's getting very late, they offer you some food and drink. You have a backpack with you and a tent, and they notice this and offer for you to set up the tent near their fire, perhaps camp with them the night. And so you set up your tent, and then for hours into the night you sit with the gingerbread man, sharing tales and wisdom, sharing your life lessons you've both learned. And the fire very slowly and gently burns down to embers. Until it's just the faintest glow on the ground, emanating a gentle warmth. And as the stars overhead continue to twinkle and dance their way through the night, and the occasional shooting star streaks across the sky, you head to bed in the tent. You wrap up so cozy and comfortable, feeling so relaxed. Breathing in the fresh air of nature around you, almost being lulled asleep to the gentle pulsing of the sides of the tent as the wind pushes and pulls on the tent as it blows past. And as you rest there, so you drift peacefully and comfortably, entirely effortlessly asleep. And you drift into the most pleasant dreams. You imagine yourself sorting some files, not taking long about it, just sorting some files, making sure that everything's in its right place, feeling a sense of achievement, that accomplishment you get from fulfilling a task. You dream of walking along a seashore, seeing a curious-looking stone, picking that stone up, and as you walk, you absent-mindedly, playing with the stone in your hand, running your fingertips over the smoothness of the stone, moving your hand in a way that lets you judge the weight of the stone. Being able to smell what that stone smells like. And then after some time of walking along the seashore, the slight sloppy sound of each footstep as you walk in that transition between the ocean and the land, the sound of the sea as it rolls up onto the shore and pulls back again, the sounds of seabirds. You feel a sense of wanting to stop, resting by the seashore, gazing out across the sea. That stone somehow feeling heavier and heavier, and feeling compelled to let it go, throwing it as far as you can, watching it as it arcs through the sky, spinning and rotating as it goes, before plopping down between two waves, sinking to the bottom. And a part of you understands that the sea is technically now ever so slightly deeper, in a way that's completely unnoticeable. You're aware that something under the sea has shifted. There's a stone there that wasn't there before. Things in the sea have changed. And only you know this. Anyone else who visits this space, even finding the stone, won't realize things were different once, and now they've changed. And feeling lighter, you continue walking along the seashore, just as you continue drifting and floating deeper and deeper into a dream. And while you continue in this dream, the landscape shifts, and your mind doesn't pay any real attention to that shift. It feels so natural, and something you wouldn't even question, as the sea's waves turn to grass in a meadow blowing and moving in the breeze, as the sand beneath your feet turns into the more solid ground of a meadow, and you see a single tree in this meadow, and you can hear crying. And you head over to that tree, and the crying gets louder and louder. And as you arrive at the tree, so you ask, "What's wrong?" And the tree explains that they're a weeping willow tree, and the leaves are hanging low, the branches are curved over at the ends. They're almost shrouded within themselves, gently weeping as they talk. They explain that they would describe themselves as an empath. They're highly sensitive to picking up on emotion of other things and other beings, and highly sensitive to finding the emotion within situations. And they say it doesn't take much to look around and see the beauty of nature. At night time they see the beauty of the heavens. In the morning they see the beauty of a sunrise. In the evening they see the beauty of a sunset. They see the beauty of lovers picnicking beneath their branches, of families playing in the meadow with their children. And so they find themselves always weeping. Not tears of sadness necessarily, but tears of connection to all things. They explain they don't need any help. It's just who they are, how they are. And sometimes it can just be overwhelming. And so it's a learning they have to make for their whole life, to learn to manage their emotions, their incredible sensitivity. And they don't want to get rid of that sensitivity, just to not be overwhelmed by it. And the dreaming continues on as you transition from dream to dream through the night. Saying goodbye to the tree, continuing on through the meadow, which gradually turns into walking through an old-fashioned town. Rows of trees turning into rows of houses. The open space before you turning into a street through this town. And you see a vendor in the distance and some curious, almost magical looking smoke rising gently from a pot on their table. And that magic-looking smoke intrigues you as you get closer and closer. So you notice the smoke seems to be humming with musical notes. And the vendor, a very curious-looking fellow, offers you a free drink from the pot that's smoking, and with a ladle they lift up some of that liquid, pour it into a cup, and hand you that cup of purple glowing liquid, gently bubbling. They say it's not bubbling because it's hot. It's just comfortably warm. It's bubbling because it's got magic that's so densely packed in there. It's desperate to get out. And you drink that drink and feel the warmth of the drink softly weaving its way down through your body, almost as if it's touching your soul, bringing such deep peace and comfort, and a feeling of being connected to this world in a whole new way. Like something that needs healing within you is being healed as you dream. And you start to have a vision while that healing liquid infuses through every part of your being. You find yourself having a vision of standing in a stone ring on a cold day in a frost-covered landscape where the grass almost cracks and crumples underfoot. And you find this is a winter solstice. And you watch as the sun lines up. The light of the sun shines through a crack, hits a mirror, and gets split and bounces across the other stones, bounces off mirrors placed on those other stones. Finding its way to a narrow point on what looks like a bowl of water resting on a plinth. And that bowl of water gradually begins to turn yellow, a yellow like the sun. An almost bright white yellow, and you watch as people queue up to walk to that bowl. They say a few words, they drink from the bowl and walk on. And as they walk on, so you notice a gentle yellow glow spreading through each of those people, as if infused with the life-giving energy of that sun, through the life-giving properties of the water. And you drift even deeper and deeper asleep, eventually passing beyond the dreams into a heavy physical relaxation where your mind slows and deeper healing occurs. And the next morning, you wake up in the tent. You open the tent and you find that the gingerbread man has gone. The fire has been extinguished. The space for the fire has been covered over. There's almost no trace they were ever there. You have yourself something to eat before packing your tent away and continuing your journey, just exploring the landscape, enjoying your time in nature. And as you explore and walk, a part of you keeps thinking of that gingerbread man and their journey, wondering whether they'll find themselves. And you walk out of the clearing. You hear the distant sound of a river and head in the direction of that sound. Arriving at the river and following along the edge of the river for a while. The air smelling almost purified by the water as it bubbles and bounces down the river. Ducks meandering in the currents. Swans swimming, almost as if there is no current. And then one of the swans has made the decision to take off, and you watch as it flaps and pushes its legs through the water before reaching a point where you can hear each breath the swan makes while its wings flap, the splashing of its feet as it's now running across the surface of the water. The white horses dancing behind the swan as it launches in the air, turns towards the nearby woodland and disappears beyond the trees. And you follow this river as it weaves among low hills, patches of trees, spending another day of walking, keeping in mind your route home. And as the sun begins to set again, in the darkness that's gradually encroaching, you notice some lights in the distance, like the gentle light at the windows of a cabin. And it takes you many hours to slowly close in on that cabin. You decide to knock on the cabin's door, to see who lives here. Perhaps they'll ask if you want to stay for the night, but if not, you'll walk on a little further and set up camp a little way from the river's shore. But when you knock on the door, an anthropomorphic cat with large eyes and soft fur, about a quarter of your height, answers the door to you and gently asks who you are and where you've come from. And you politely answer them and explain your experiences. You explain you're on a journey. You're just finding places to stay where you can. You're just out walking for a few days, exploring some landscape you've never seen before heading home. You're new to this area, and you feel when you're new to an area, the best way to learn about the area is to explore it and talk to those who live here. And the cat invites you in, makes you a drink and some food, gestures for you to sit by the fire, and you sit down in the most comfortable of armchairs, so comfortable in fact that just sitting in it, you notice your breathing calming, you notice yourself starting to fall asleep. And they come over and join you and hand you some food and drink. They've made you some curious cakes they describe as rock cakes, only these cakes are so soft, so tasty, almost melting in your mouth, and so Moorish. It doesn't take you much to finish them without even realizing. And the cat explains a bit about this area, the history of this land. And then, as it gets later and later, they ask if you'd like to spend the night. They show you to a room, and you settle down in the most comfortable bed, and you drift and float peacefully asleep, and your dreams mirror the previous night's dreams, only with subtle changes here and there. You feel are teaching you something new and slightly different, perhaps building on what you'd learned the previous night. And the next morning, unlike the gingerbread man who'd left, the cat is still in their home, only they've made you breakfast, and you're awoken by the scent of the most beautiful breakfast, almost following your nose to the kitchen. And you enjoy that food before saying your goodbyes setting off to continue your journey. And you continue exploring this landscape through the day, discovering what's out here. And after another day of exploring, you pitch up the tent and relax peacefully asleep for the night before starting your journey home, following the right direction but a slightly different route to maximize the chances of new encounters and discoveries, and to help you to learn more and see more of this landscape. And it takes a few days of exploring the landscape to find your way home. And once home, you unpack all of your gear. You pack everything away where it belongs. You make everything nice and tidy. And then you sit down and rest before finding your mind drift and wander to your experiences. And as night sets in, you rest in bed and read for a while. But it doesn't take long for you to discover you want to really just go to sleep. And so you settle back in bed. And over the last few days, you've slept in incredibly comfortable places. You've even thought of them as incredible, comfortable places. And yet nothing beats home. Nothing beats your own bed. And so you rest back in your own bed. And you drift and float so peacefully, so relaxed asleep into Slumberland. And once upon a time, in a land far away, you find yourself walking through the most beautiful country garden. And as you walk through this country garden, so you notice that sweet scent of roses and other flowers within this garden. You can feel the gentle touch of the breeze on your cheeks. You can see the blue sky beyond the garden. The white clouds meandering across that sky, gradually morphing and changing shape as they go. Sometimes an excitable puppy, other times a curious face, perhaps even the sight of a castle resting on the clouds. And the leaves of the trees and bushes rustle gently. Songbirds sing delicately in those bushes. A robin singing from a tree. Butterflies carefully flitting from plant to plant. The sound of each footstep as you walk through the garden. That dull and gentle thud on the grass beneath your feet. And a certain peace and tranquility begins to envelop you as this natural environment begins to almost infuse itself within your mind, as any worries or prior thoughts from before entering the garden drift and fade away. And you head over to some of those plants. You touch the petals of the roses, feeling their waxy, cool smoothness. You pull a rose towards you, holding that firm stalk, feeling the gentle pressure as the rose flexes in your direction, smelling the scent of that rose before carefully moving the rose back into position. And you head through this garden to an open area of grass, just a short distance from a small pond in the garden. You lay a blanket down on the grass. You rest down onto the blanket. The grass just beneath the blanket, propping the blanket up ever so slightly. As you touch the blanket with a hand, it feels almost like the blanket is resting on a carpet of air, like a cloud drifting through the sky. And you take a book out of your bag and a flask of drink. You see that robin flit down to the pond, standing on some stones near the edge of the water, popping its head and body into the water, flicking the water up over its shoulders, rustling around, washing itself carefully and preening, with tiny little splashes. And you can see the way small ripples drift across the pond's surface. And hear the occasional sounds of different birds which visit that pond to wash or drink. Out the corner of your eye, you notice some movement around a tree. You see a squirrel, legs splayed, clinging tightly to that tree. scampering around the trunk. Sometimes smoothly, other times in jerky movements, sometimes stopping for a while, motionless on the trunk. Almost blending in with the trunk of that tree. And you take out of your bag some food to eat and some napkins, and resting under the gentle warmth of the sun. You enjoy some of that food. You pour yourself a drink and enjoy the drink. Before settling back on the blanket. Carefully finding the bookmarked page in that book. Opening the book and beginning to read. And you decide to flick back a couple of pages just to read the end of the prior chapter, to recap where you left off previously, before reaching the beginning of this chapter. Reading about an ogre who was misunderstood and was sent on a quest by a wizard in a deep, dark forest. And the reason the ogre was chosen was because of people's reaction and prejudgment, just based on what they are and how they look. And so, the wizard felt, this would give them an opportunity to learn and develop certain skills and have certain challenges on their journey that would help them to have the strength and motivation and skill to complete the quest they were being sent on. The ogre protested, said there are much better beings out there for the task. But the wizard told them, it's those experiences that you have, those that challenge us, that shape us and help us to grow into the person we need to be. If they just pick someone who's had an easy life, perhaps someone who's just always been popular and liked, they'll have no knowledge or skills of how to handle challenge, because they've always just had it easy. And so the ogre had agreed to go on this adventure. And now they're at the point in the story where the ogre has been travelling for many days, passed across the most incredible desert of white sand and bright light of the sun. They encountered a raccoon who created curious contraptions and invited them to dinner. Passing through some woodland, they met a wise old owl who'd seen everything there is to see in that woodland and knew everything there was to know. And now, heading out of woodland and into a clearing, they meet a cow who sat on a small wooden stool with 3 wooden legs. With a paintbrush attached to a front hoof. And they're painting the scene before them of rolling meadows, of a river weaving its way through the landscape below. And as the water of that river flows, so the light sparkles and dances across its surface. There are fields of sheep. There are fields with horses, fields with other cows. Off in the distance is a small town, and in the heart of that town is a tall church. And the ogre approaches the cow slowly and quietly, peering over their shoulder at the painting they're doing, before softly making an acknowledgement, letting the cow know that they're there. And the cow hears the voice, talking soft and gentle. And the ogre asks what they're painting and why, and is curious about the style. It looks like it's painted to resemble the scene, and yet there's something different about it to what the ogre can see with their own eyes. And without turning around, still just focusing on the painting and the task at hand, the cow explains what they're painting, why they're painting the way they are, and that the ogre is very observant to notice that it isn't a true representation. They say that when they're drawing and painting, and they absorb themselves in a moment and in a space, they begin to notice the connections between all things. And so what has been observed is that subtle connection, that web that weaves all things together, that binds us all together. And the ogre approaches closer, and as they get next to the cow, so the cow glances up and sees that they're an ogre, and the ogre notices the cow takes a sharp in-breath, but then gets back to painting. And the ogre acknowledges this and mentions this to the cow. And the cow says, as I turned and saw you, so I was surprised by what I saw. Our conversation was friendly. You sounded friendly. And yet when I saw you, just for a flicker in my mind, I thought you're an ogre. And the ideas associated with ogres briefly came to mind. But then I let that go. I knew that my reaction wasn't who you are. How you are is who you are. And so I focused back on my painting. And the ogre asks a few more questions about that painting and about the connection of all things. They explain that they're on a journey. They've been sent on a quest by a wizard from a dark forest. They're in search of ancient ruins. And they've heard that within those ancient ruins are magical glasses. But they've not been told any more about them. Just that they need to go find the magical glasses. And when they do, they'll know the answer to resolve the quest. And the cow says that if you can understand that all things are connected, then you can tap into that part of you which is connected with everything else. And when you do, it allows you to communicate on a deeper level, to understand the world around you on a deeper level. And that helps you to find your way in a whole new way. And the ogre thanks the cow, continues on their journey, walking down the meadow. Bees dancing from plant to plant. The sounds of nature, so soothing and calming. The ogre finds their way to the path, which leads down to the river. And as they near the river, so the sound of the water increases its gentle flow. The sounds of ducks and swans, the splashing of a swan coming into land, the sight of ducks bobbing their heads under the water, legs kicking in the air. And then when they right themselves, the water flows off the duck's back without seeming to be obstructed or sticking to the feathers. And noticing a mother duck and some ducklings with their high-pitched, squeaky quacks heading along the edge of the river, hugging the shore. The children weaving in and out of reeds, picking at the greenery along the edge of the shore. The mother keeping just a little bit out away from the reeds, keeping an eye on those kids as they go. And the ogre continues walking along the edge of the river as it weaves through the landscape. Until encountering a stone bridge, crossing the stone bridge, and in the centre of the stone bridge, picking up some twigs from the ground, dropping them into the water and watching as they race under the bridge and float out the other side, twirling gently in the current. They continue walking along towards the town. And as the sun is beginning to set, so they hear the church bells ringing. And the church bells are ringing in a pattern as the sun continues setting. The sky is darkening, and lights come on in that town, offering a gentle illumination in the distance. And the ogre navigates all the way to the town. But as they arrive at the town, so they notice that this time of an evening, after the sun has set, very few people are out and about. All the markets have closed. There are people milling around the bars and pubs. There is still the occasional person going into inns. And they head to an inn to ask for a room for the night. And and without any judgment, the staff oblige. They head up to their room. They stand at the foot of the bed. They turn their back to the bed, lower themselves down to a seating position and then flop back, feeling the soft comfort of the bed beneath their body. They're so tired from their journey and their walking. They have to fight sleep long enough to change into some bedclothes, but very easily and effortlessly rest back and drift peacefully asleep. The gentle murmur of this town outside. And they drift into such a deep, serene sleep, such a restorative, recuperative sleep. And the next morning when they awaken, the sounds outside are louder, as the hustle and bustle of the day have already begun. They head down for breakfast, and there are some people who seem to be watching and staring, perhaps even whispering among themselves. But the ogre just enjoys that most beautiful morning breakfast. The sense of breakfast being cooked. The smell of the different foods, the different drinks. And after breakfast, packing away their things, checking out and saying goodbye, continuing their journey through this town, out the far side of the town. And they find themselves walking for the whole day, crunching along on a rough road between that town and the next town. Turning off after most of the day of walking onto a different path, finding themselves occasionally lost in thought as they walk. And while they continue to walk, so the evening starts to set in again, and they notice the stars above beginning to disappear from view as clouds gently roll in. And while those clouds roll in, they feel large drops of rain striking their face and body. They're aware of the rain that's coming and decide to build a shelter on on an area of grass along the edge of this path. And once they've built that shelter, so they settle in. As that rain intensifies, they can hear the drops striking their shelter. And those numbers of drops increasing and sounding heavier and heavier. And as the rain sounds heavier and heavier, so they find their mind relaxing deeper and deeper, as if something about the rain is deeply calming and peaceful, like it's washing away any worries, any negativity, cleansing, healing. And it doesn't take long for them to pass into sleep, faster than they even realized, completely unaware of the moment it happened. And while they sleep, they're unconscious, can still hear and perceive that rain and its soothing quality. And the next day when they awaken, they open their shelter and the air smells so fresh, that after rain smell, the smell of the landscape, of the nearby woodland, the glistening of the damp grasses and foliage, a certain stillness and calmness to this environment. And they pack themselves away and have something to eat and sort themselves out ready to continue their journey. And as they continue their journey, so they can see some hills in the distance, and atop one of those hills they see the silhouetted shape of a castle. For a few moments, their walk almost becomes a skip as they notice they're nearing their destination. And they walk deeper and deeper into the countryside, heading as directly as possible towards that castle. Weaving among undulating hills, watching fields of rabbits, fields of sheep, birds pecking at the ground in a freshly ploughed field, wispy clouds plodding through the sky, And as they near to the castle, they have to ascend a massive staircase up the side of a hill. And the height and length of the staircase feels a little overwhelming to them as they look at it. But they decide to just take one step at a time. So just focusing on their feet and on the here and now. They take one step at a time, slowly, methodically, carefully, ascending the staircase. And eventually they reach the top of the hill. As another day is drawing to a close, and they head over to the castle entrance, knock on the door, and after a while someone answers and invites them in, and calls them a weary traveller, and gestures for them to go and sit on the cosiest, most comfortable seats by a fireplace in a space in this castle that's been made to look so cosy, so peaceful, with thick rugs on the floor, books around the walls, soft lighting dotted through the room, and that gentle crackling of a fire. And the person in this castle sits near the ogre, asks them how their mission's going, and they say they must be near to their destination now. And the person acknowledges it isn't far to the destination from here. They explain that there used to be another castle near to this location. It wasn't built up high on a hill. It was built along the edge of a river, the river that meanders through this landscape. And when it was built, they explain, the water of the river was siphoned off to be a large moat around the outside of the castle. And at the end of the road that existed at the time, was a lip up to where a drawbridge would come down, creating a bridge. And things could enter and leave the castle by travelling across that drawbridge. And there was this loop created in the river to create that moat, like a ring attached to the side of the river. However unknown to those in the castle at the time, altering the flow of the river, even that little bit, meant that the water that kept flowing past wasn't quite as strong as it was before, due to some of it being siphoned off. And so unknown to those in the castle, the river wasn't so good at moving silt and other bits and pieces within the water constantly downstream, and so more and more of it settled. Some of it was getting hooked on the edge of where the ring of water was created. And over a number of years, gradually this shifted the course of the entire river, enough to mean it was no longer next to the castle. And it was too much work for those at the castle to be able to change that flow and keep it how they wanted it. So after a few generations, one of this person's ancestors decided to relocate and build a castle high up on a hill instead, where they could survey the landscape below. And after telling their tale, the person said that old castle was just left to gradually go to ruins. The water in the moat gradually dried up. Over the eons, nature reclaimed the moat and managed to wedge itself into the stone of the castles, and has been wearing down the castle ever since, until it became the ruins it is today, still being worn down, and with barely any sign of the moat, just a slight dip in the landscape around the ruins of the castle. And the person asks if the ogre would like to stay for the night, prepares them a nice meal and drink, shows them to a room with the most comfortable bed, covered in blankets, and a curtain that seems to go around 3 sides of that bed, giving a very royal feeling to this bedroom. And they look out from the windows over the landscape below. Through the clouds they occasionally catch a glimpse of the moon as it illuminates the night sky. They head to bed and drift comfortably asleep. And the next morning, they're awoken to the smell of the most gorgeous breakfast. They enjoy that breakfast, before setting off on the final leg of their journey. They feel more so now than they have before, that deep connection with the world around them, as if nature is guiding them. They just have a perception of it, like they can hear nature encouraging them in certain directions. They follow the edge of a river, the one which changed course over the years. They then break free from that river, walking into woodland. Pushing through the undergrowth. That scent of pine and other trees and wildflowers. The occasional late bluebell dotted around some of the tree trunks. The most incredible patchwork of mushrooms carpeting the woodland floor. And they can see the ruins through the trees as they approach, so they have to walk down a very slight ditch and up the other side. Trees growing at strange angles in the ditch. They walk into the ruins, and it's more like rubble and the occasional partial wall and vines wrapped around everything. And they feel themselves drawn, as they close their eyes and relax, to a specific point within these ruins. And when they stand on that point, they feel a hum that passes through their body. They crouch down, they remove the dead leaves. They dig down a little bit and find what looks like a trapdoor. They open the trapdoor and descend some steps into a slightly musty space beneath the ruins. And against the back wall in this space, as they illuminate it with a torch, its light dancing and flickering off the stone walls, they see two glasses resting on two coasters sitting on a table. They walk over to those glasses. Next to the glasses is what looks like an old bottle of wine. They pour a little bit of that into one glass. They have a sniff of that liquid. They taste a little bit on their lips, and as the liquid flows ever so slightly inside them, they start to feel a certain sense of peace and comfort, a deep sense of harmony they start to see a purple glowing light with a faint ringing bells sound moving around this chamber. They follow that sound and find in one wall, behind a lopsided picture, is a cubbyhole, and in that cubbyhole is another drink. They take that bottle, they pour some of that into the other glass and take a sip of that. One liquid is more red and one liquid is more white. And they feel an even deeper connection having a second sip. And they feel this intuitive sense of mixing the drinks. And they pour some of the drink from both bottles into one of the glasses. So they pour some of the drink from each bottle into each glass. They swirl around the drink. They feel there's a ritual to do. They slide the glasses towards them. They turn each one 90 degrees and then 90 degrees again. They raise them up, clink them together, lower them back down. They then very carefully pour the lighter liquid onto the darker liquid, and as they carefully do that, so they watch as it flows straight through that darker liquid and begins filling the glass from the bottom until that glass has the darker liquid at the top and the lighter liquid at the bottom. They hold it up in front of them and notice as it nears the torchlight that it gently fizzes and pops. They swirl it around slightly, and as it swirls, so it mixes, and while it mixes, so it changes colour and becomes all the colours of a rainbow. And out the top, a like mini firework display, a pop of colour filtering over the top of the glass, drifting down around them. They blow across the top of the glass, blowing some of that away, and gulp back that liquid. And as they gulp back the liquid, so they feel it passing in their mouth, down their throat, down through their body, and the liquid within them begins to turn to light, spreading healing, comfort, and well-being up to their brain, around their head, their ears, their eyes, their cheeks, their jaw, their nose, around their neck, down into their shoulders, down to the tips of their fingers, bringing deep comfort down through their body, all the way down to the tips of their toes, and their eyes gently close. And as their eyes close, so they relax deeper and deeper into the experience, feeling themselves sitting down, placing the glass down, sitting on the floor, closing their eyes, deeper and deeper, as they drift into the most pleasant experience. They begin to connect with the universal wisdom of old ages, a connection with all things in the land. They begin to learn what it was the wizard sent them on this journey to discover, and why it was that they were needed for the journey. And they learn the wisdom they need to impart back to that wizard, to bring light to the dark forest. And after their experience, which seems to last just a few minutes, and yet they were asleep for hours, and they feel so deeply refreshed, they open their eyes and leave this chamber, and they leave the ruins and find it's morning on a whole new day. And they make their long journey all the way back past those they've met on the way, back to that wizard. And as you finish reading the book, so you notice that the evening is setting in. You can hear a toad by that pond gently croaking. You can hear crickets in the landscape around you. As you close the book, and the warm red of the setting sun carefully fades over the horizon, you clear everything away, head back through the garden, back into the house. You make yourself something to eat and drink. You enjoy that food and drink, and resting through the evening before heading to bed, settling down in bed and drifting and floating so peacefully and comfortably asleep into Slumberland. And in this bedtime story, you find yourself waking up comfortably one morning in a log cabin to the sounds of woodland outside, the sounds of some of the birds in the trees, the sounds of distant ducks on the lake, a little way into the heart of the woodland. And you wake up, climb out of bed, seeing the gentle glow of daylight as it passes through the thin curtains. You get yourself dressed and open the curtains. You can notice that woodland outside, and this cabin is in a little bit of space within the woodland. And you can see the trees outside, the branches gently swaying in the breeze, the blue sky beyond the woodland, the occasional white wispy cloud. Perhaps noticing a bird circling around overhead way off in the distance above the woodland. And you can feel the soft rug beneath your feet, and you walk out of the bedroom to the smell of breakfast in the dining area in the kitchen, and the clinking and clattering of plates and cutlery as the table's laid. And you head through to the kitchen area, and you see your loved one smiling over at you, greeting you for the morning. You sit down at a bench at a dining room table. They bring over some food and drink. Place that down before you. An overlight conversation and the smell of food and drink. You tuck into that food. You drink that drink. You think about what you'll be doing today. And in this room, it's connected to the living space. You can notice the comfortable chairs in the living space, the log fire which currently isn't lit. And on a rug in the centre of the room, the cat is curled up, sleeping, so peacefully, so calmly. And after you both finish your food, you get ready to go outside, change into suitable footwear and clothing. You grab backpacks. You head outside the cabin and close that door behind you with a clunk. And there's a cat flap in the door, and so the cat can come and go as it pleases. And the two of you set off down a couple of steps, down onto the grass, feeling the warmth of the morning sun, hearing the sounds of songbirds clearer now you're outside, and the rustling of those leaves. As together you walk towards the trees and head into the woodland, and sunlight breaks through the leaves and dances before you. The songs of birds echo through the woodland, reverberating off the trees. You notice some deer in the woodland, grazing, keeping themselves to themselves, occasionally glancing up in your direction, just to make sure that they know where you are, to make sure that they're safe. And you walk deeper and deeper into the woodland. And as you walk deeper into the woodland, so you're heading in the direction of the lake. And you talk as you walk, just gentle, small talk, enjoying each other's company, sometimes holding hands, sometimes separating off, maybe taking some photos, or going to look at something. before coming back together again. As you continue walking through this woodland, and within the woodland, you can barely notice the breeze, but you can still hear the rustling of those leaves. And after a while, you begin to hear the gentle lapping of the water on the shore of the lake. And the trees gradually part as you come out onto the shore of that lake. The water, so beautiful and pristine, so calm, just the soft lapping along the shore edge. And unusual for most lakes, this area of shore has white sand, almost like a beach on the side of a lake. And the lake is a beautiful shade of blue, with the dancing diamond light of the sun sparkling across its surface. Around the outside of the lake, you can see the rest of the woodland, and off in the distance you can see tall hills and low mountains. And together you lay down some blankets on that sand. You rest down on the sand, place your backpacks down beside you, smelling the slight fresh air from the lake. You take items out of your backpacks and lay it out before you like a picnic. You feel the warmth of the sun now, approaching midday, shining down upon you, the warmth on your cheeks, spreading in and down through your body, bringing a deep sense of peace and calm and comfort. You chat and laugh as you eat your picnic together, feeling so relaxed here on the edge of the woodland, the edge of the lake, on that soft sand, the gently rustling leaves behind you, the gently lapping water before you, enjoying each other's company, forming some pleasant memories you'll cherish and hold on to. And after eating for a while, you walk down to the water's edge. You wash your fingertips in the water. You run your hands through the water, feeling the texture and the temperature of the water as it flows so gently and peacefully through your fingertips. And you take off your footwear, and you wade just up to your ankles in the water and just stand there, closing your eyes, absorbing yourself in the moment, the coolness of the water, the sensation of the gentle water tension gripping softly around your ankles, the feeling of the water rising ever so slightly up and down as those shallow waves roll past to the shore, breathing in the warm air, feeling the warmth of the sun, listening to the peace of nature, sounds around you, absorbing yourself in the moment, almost as if time stands still. And then after a while you walk back onto the shore, you dry off your feet a little, you rest back down on that blanket, you let your feet begin to dry in the sun as you just enjoy being in the moment, lying down in that sun on the shore of the lake. Your loved one lying down beside you, everything packed back into your backpacks, and you just enjoy being at peace and in the moment. And after an undisclosed length of time, unsure whether a few minutes had passed or maybe a few dozen minutes, you decide to read for a while. You prop yourself up on your backpack and still enjoying nature and the atmosphere. You begin to read and relax. No sounds of people, no sounds of aeroplanes or other man-made sounds, just sounds of nature and your loved one beside you, relaxing so comfortably. And your attention becomes absorbed deeper and deeper into the book, absorbed in the story unfolding on the pages. About a kitten searching for a long-lost crystal, following streams of consciousness, infused with nanobots, pulsing from a small magical box, floating in space. And the kitten finds that box and follows that stream of consciousness, navigating in their spacecraft along the stream of consciousness. Until they notice the stream of consciousness flowing to a planet around a distant star. And they can see on the planet where the stream of consciousness is heading. So they land their craft a short distance from that location, and they explore this strange land. And as the sun sets here on this strange land, they set up a campfire. And they can hear the gentle hum from the stream of consciousness as it pulses a little bit in the distance. And they rest for the night by that campfire. And with the first light of morning, they continue following the sound of the stream of consciousness. And at the heart of the sound, they discover a cave. And they descend into that cave. They explore this cave, the echoing footsteps as they walk, the faint dripping of distant water, filtering through the rocks above. And eventually the cave opens out into a vast chamber, a chamber filled with crystals, and in the heart of that chamber is a purple crystal. And they walk over to that purple crystal, and as they get closer to it, so it glows, and the glow begins to intensify. The closer they get to that crystal, the brighter and more pure that purple glow. And when they take hold of that crystal, so time begins to shift. That sound of dripping grinds to a halt, as if time has stopped. And they begin to get a sense of thoughts and ideas meandering into their mind, teaching them something so deep and so meaningful about this place. And you continue to read for a while. But as time goes on, with the comfort of the environment, the gentle rhythmic lapping of the water on the shore, the soft rustle of the leaves in the trees, and the woodland behind you, the eyes looking down ever so slightly to read, they begin to want to close, and you feel more relaxed. And so you place a bookmark into the book. You close the book and rest it on your chest. As you rest your head back into your backpack, and you allow yourself to begin to drift so peacefully and comfortably asleep. And while you find yourself drifting asleep, so you can still notice the gentle warmth of the sun on your face, the sounds of the lapping water and the rustling leaves, but it all begins to fade and feel more distant as your unconscious begins to become lost in thought. And as you lose yourself in thought, so your mind drifts to pleasant thoughts and ideas of times spent with your loved ones, to your time here, to thoughts of the future, things you've got to look forward to thoughts of things you're grateful for, and your thoughts bring you a deep sense of peace and calm and comfort. As you drift even deeper and deeper asleep, and after a while your partner wakes you up, lets you know that it's probably best not to fall asleep in the sun for too long, and maybe you should continue the journey. And you take a little moment to reorient back to being on the edge of that lake. Before standing up and packing the last few bits away, including shaking off the blankets and wrapping them up and putting them in the backpacks. And together you continue following the edge of the lake. You walk away from that white sand. You continue your journey around the edge of the lake. And the surface around the edge of the lake isn't a proper path, so it's a little uneven. And sometimes you're having to navigate around foliage which is sticking out close to the lake. And you get round to the side of the lake, and then follow round to the far side. You begin to walk away from that water, the lapping on the shore fading into the background. And as you walk, you keep walking around and you find a stream that feeds into this lake. And you balance as you walk along stepping stones across this slow and gentle stream. And as you cross, you watch the way the water flows, the way it meanders and weaves and wraps itself around the stones as it flows, the way it speeds up and slows down. Parts of the stream are more open and unobstructed, and other parts have some stones standing in the way. and the occasional leaf floating and bobbing and turning itself gently around as it flows down the stream. And together you continue on the far side of the stream, following the stream for a little while, before cutting away from the stream, cutting through the woodland. And as you continue to walk, and afternoon continues to set in, you notice a path again, and so you join that path and begin to follow the path. And the path leads down to the ruins of an old church, and the roof of the church has collapsed. Some of the stonework has collapsed, but one side of the church is still standing, and on top of that side is a weather vane, turning gently to show the direction of the wind. And each time the weather vane changes direction, so you can notice just the slightest hint of a creak and squeak. And together you walk into the ruins of the church. A couple of pews are still in position, others have broken and collapsed, and some are upturned. And there's still a stone altar within this church space. And there's still a stone font, although currently the top of it is at a slight angle, and the only water in it is old rainwater. And you think to yourself about how people would have gathered here, and perhaps a family would be here as a baby's baptized. And as you turn around in this space and look back down the church, you imagine people congregating here. You assume that somewhere near this space must be an old road leading to a town. Or maybe it was a church for a small village. And against one wall is still half a stained glass window, the light shining in, the colours illuminating the floor and part of a wall in the church. And against another wall you see the remains of a large pipe organ. Some of the pipes have fallen down and rotted, but others still seem in quite good condition, revealing what was once there. And you notice against the back wall of this church is a wooden door that's unopened, and you head to that wooden door. And beyond the wooden door you notice some steps leading down. And from the outside, this space just looks like it was the stone of part of the wall, part of a support to hold this part of the wall up. But actually this bit of support is hollow. And it's just hollow enough that you can walk in and descend those steps. And so you descend those steps and find yourself descending into a high ceilinged corridor. And the steps head in the opposite direction to the church, and the corridor heads in the opposite direction to the church. And together you follow this corridor, shining a torch down the corridor, the light dancing off of the damp walls. A low, gentle rumble of a bit of the wind that manages to navigate its way into this corridor, funneling down, reverberating around. Footsteps echoing so peacefully. The atmosphere down here feeling deeply calming, bringing the most incredible sensation of peace and quiet. And after quite a walk, the corridor comes to an end with some steps, and you ascend those steps, find yourself at a door. You open that door and walk through, and you find yourself in a small chamber, and in this small chamber is a stone table. Resting on that stone table is a golden chalice, and in that golden chalice is the most incredible, almost electric blue liquid. The liquid smells so fresh and clean, smells so pure. And there's a sign near the chalice suggesting to take a sip of this liquid if you visit here. And so you both take a sip of the liquid, and as you do, you feel that liquid pass in through your mouth. The coolness of the liquid spread down your throat, down to your stomach, that coolness spreading out to your arms and down to your fingertips, spreading around your neck, the top of your head, around your face, the back of your neck, around your shoulders, seeming to soften and relax. And you begin to feel more relaxed as that liquid continues to flow and spread through you, softening and relaxing your shoulder muscles, your chest muscles, muscles in your arms, your face, down through your body, around your stomach, your lower back, all the way down into your legs to the tips of your toes. And with that deep physical relaxation, you feel your mind relaxing, becoming more focused, quietening down, as if the liquid is lulling the thoughts to sleep. Until there's a stillness in mind and a stillness in body. And you start to feel a connection with the here and now, and through time and space. You start to understand and perceive things previously unknown. And after having this deeply profound experience, you explore the rest of the chamber. You see a wall of books, of ancient texts and scrolls, and what looks like a door. And you go over to that door. You move a latch that looks like it opens the door, and the door gently swings open, and you find yourself in another church. As the door closes behind you, you see that the door just looks like a bookcase in a library. From this side, you'd never know there was a door even there. And there are people in this church. It's a well-kept church. And you walk around the church and everyone just greets you so friendly. You can hear the music being played on the organ, the way it reverberates around the church. You walk to the church exit and walk outside, and you find that you're in a small town. And there's some shops and some other buildings and places to stay. And there's just a very gentle hustle and bustle to this town. And you walk away from the church to explore the town. And together you decide to go to a local pub you see. You head into that pub and you talk to some of the locals about this place and where it is. One of them shows you a map, and you can see on the map where you're staying. You can work out where the ruins are and where this small town is. You ask about the church in the ruins, and they say that nobody really goes out that way nowadays. And there's so much woodland. People had forgotten there was even a church outside of town. And it's now the early evening, and so you both decide to enjoy a pub dinner. You relax down as that food's brought over, The sun's setting outside. They have a cosy fire on in the pub. There's a gentle murmur of people talking among themselves, the soft clang and clatter of people eating and clearing away plates. There's the smell of cooked food, the smell of different drinks, and such a cosy vibe to this space. And you enjoy your meals together, and good conversation. And after eating, you then rest in the pub in the most comfortable armchairs, with a drink each, just enjoying the conversation with locals, learning the history of this place and this area, learning about the myths and legends. And not a single person mentions the secret passage. Nobody else brings up the old church. And with night time setting in, you both head out into the pub garden for a little while, still talking to some of the locals, enjoying the cool nighttime air. The distant sound of crickets, the way the moon shines its silvery glow across the landscape, the occasional wispy clouds passing across the moon, revealing a soft light illuminated within the clouds, the way the stars twinkle and shine overhead. And you ask at this pub whether they have a room for the night, and together you settle down in that room. You drift peacefully and comfortably asleep, and the next morning you set off saying goodbye to those here at the pub. You explore for a little while around the town. You buy some gifts and different items from market stalls, before heading back towards the cabin that you're staying in. And you decide not to find your way back through the church to the other church, but instead to follow a map and follow the paths and find your way back through the woodland. And you walk past some farmland. You follow the stream which you assume is the same stream. You follow a large bridleway which meanders into a smaller footpath, before heading off that path and just weaving your way among the trees, pushing branches out the way, smelling the leaves and that scent of the wood. Feeling the texture of the bark as you go, crouching beneath some branches, sometimes having to climb over some fallen down trees, but enjoying each other's company as you go. And together you navigate through the woodland until eventually you find yourself at the shore of the lake. You follow your way around the edge of the lake. The sounds of the trees still rustling, the lake water gently lapping, ducks flapping in the water and splashing and landing and taking off. As you head around the outside of the lake, all the way back to that point on the lake where you'd rested on the artificial beach, then cutting back through the wood as the sun's beginning to set again, heading in to the cabin and noticing the cat there as if it hasn't even moved, and yet some food that was left in a bowl in the corner of the kitchen has gone, so the cat has obviously moved around a little. And you put some more food in the bowl and the cat instantly perks up and heads over to that bowl. And you and your loved one prepare some food and drink. Get yourself cozy and comfortable. Now you're back in the cabin. You enjoy that food and drink before resting in those most comfortable armchairs in the living space, putting some logs in the fireplace and lighting the log fire, conversing about your experiences and just generally enjoying conversation with each other to the flickering, dancing light of the fire, the gentle sounds of the fire popping, the way shadows dance and leap around the walls, feeling the warmth of the fire on your cheeks as you enjoy talking long into the night until the fire is burning down to embers and eventually goes out and you head to bed. And you don't know what tomorrow is going to bring, but you do know that you look forward to discovering and knowing you'll learn something new as you settle down in bed, making yourself comfortable, feeling deeply relaxed as you drift and float so peacefully and so comfortably asleep into Slumberland. A little kitten named Ruby is resting in front of the most comfortable, cozy fireplace. And Ruby's lying on a thick, furry rug, snuggled down, the warmth of the fire, gently brushing her back, soothing her deeper and deeper into the most pleasant reverie. The gentle sounds of the crackling fire, the dancing of the orange light through her eyelids as it gently illuminates corners of the room. The slight airy sound as the smoke rises up the chimney place, and Ruby continues to just relax and drift and dream, and she begins to purr so softly and gently as the dream forms into the most pleasant experience. And in this reverie, Ruby imagines walking through the home she knows so well, climbing the stairs, having to really stretch up, oink her front legs over the step, scramble with her back legs, pushing them up onto the step, then jump up, get her front legs over the next step, work herself up as she scrambles with her back legs, pushing her body up onto that step. And she does that for each step, all the way to the upstairs of the house. And here upstairs, the noises from downstairs are far fainter. That distant sound of the fire gently crackling away, distant dancing orange glow barely reaching the upstairs. And she wanders down a corridor, and there's a long, comfortable rug down this corridor, and different rooms branching off from the corridor, some bedrooms, a bathroom, and a study full of books. And she heads through to the study, and in the study the shelves of books seem to tower above her all around the walls. And in this room it's so peaceful, the sound is so muted, the air feels so still and calm. And next to a desk is a small cat bed. She climbs onto that squishy cat bed. There's a sense of turning around and resting in that bed. And while she rests in that bed, so she starts to hear a curious sound. She hears the sound of some tiny squeaks. And the sound almost like birds flapping. And her ears prick up with curiosity. And she looks around, more scanning with her ears than her eyes, trying to pinpoint the sound. She finds herself looking up towards the ceiling. And as she looks up towards the ceiling, she realizes the sound must be coming from the loft. And so she heads back out into the corridor, examines the corridor. And there's a small, narrow table against one wall. And on that table is a vase, a couple of pots, and some flowers. And next to the table is a small and comfortable chair. No one ever really sits in this chair, it's more for decoration. Just the aesthetics of the property. Ruby thinks the idea was that perhaps people would use it to put shoes on and off if they came out of their bedroom and were about to go out. They'd have a chair they can just sit in quickly, put their shoes on, head down the stairs and straight out of the front door. But the family that lives here generally leaves their shoes by the front door, so none of them seem to use the chair. And along the wall a little further are some shelves connected to the wall, with some small knickknacks on those shelves. And over the other side, on the far wall, is a picture in a frame attached securely to the wall. And so Ruby has an idea. She looks around and she can see that the string of the loft hatch is hanging down in the centre of the ceiling. And so she scrambles up onto the chair, jumps up and just about manages to make it onto the table. Weaves her way around the items and then jumps up at the shelf and then wiggles her bum a little before leaping across to the picture, hanging on to the top of the picture, shimmying along that picture frame. And once she's in line, with the cord attached to the loft hatch, she lifts up her back legs, pulling them up as high as she can, pushes off the picture, lets go of the frame, twists her body in the air, keeps her eyes locked on the string, claws out, catches the string, and hangs from that string. And after just a moment, the hatch above her gently swings down open, and when it reaches a certain point, a ladder begins to descend from the hatch. And she makes the long drop back down to the floor. As the ladder reaches the ground, she walks around to the steps of the ladder, scrambles up onto the first step, has to jump to reach the second step, scrambles onto that step, jumps to reach the third step, and proceeds to jump and scramble her way all the way to the top of the ladder and into the loft. And once in the loft, she looks around, and this loft is kept so tidy and so clean, and she can hear that sound and sees a strange creature flying around. And she approaches underneath that strange creature, looking up with curiosity, and asks it what it is. And it flies down and lands hanging upside down on the underside of a shelf, swinging gently back and forth at the same height as Ruby, and explains that they're a bat, and they don't normally visit this property. There's a small window into this loft, and it was left slightly ajar, and they'd found their way in. But they'd heard that there was a kitten here who was highly curious and enjoyed adventures. And so they said that the elders would like to meet with the kitten and this small bat, which is so furry and delicate, explains where the elders are and how to find them, and hands Ruby a small map. And Ruby tucks the map into her collar, and the bat flies away and heads back out that window. Ruby descends the steps, down that ladder, gathers up a few items in a small bag, and Ruby has her own coat. And normally the humans who live here will put the coat on her, but she knows how to do it for herself, and so she puts the coat on herself with the bag attached to the back. And wearing this coat makes her back arch very slightly strangely, and makes her walk a little strange at first while she gets used to it. And she heads to the cat flap at the back of the kitchen, walks through that cat flap and out into the night time. And as she walks into the back garden, she can smell the scent of the beautiful flowers. She can see the way the moon's light casts its silvery glow across the landscape, and how blue the landscape looks late at night. And Ruby has remembered the beginning of the route following the map. And so she heads through the garden, brushing through the tall grass, squeezing under the hedge at the end of the garden, and out into the fields beyond. And while walking through these fields, she can hear crickets rubbing their legs together. She can hear the occasional sound of birds. And something about this space out here at this time of night feels so peaceful and calming. And as she continues walking across the fields, so she gets further away from the hedge, further away from the trees that were dotted around near the hedges, into the open fields, and so the sounds of birds gradually faded, and the sounds of crickets gradually faded, and there was just that faint sound of the breeze blowing through the fields, the gentle rustling. And she continued to walk, and the bright moon overhead appeared to have a halo around it, as the finest clouds passed in front. And it almost looked magical. And on reaching the far side of the field, Ruby turned down the path, and it was a dirt track that was almost like two grooves and a tuft of grass down the middle. And the track was compacted mud and some loose chalk. And she walked, enjoying the environment along this track, finding her eyes gazing all around her at the stars in the sky, at the beauty of the moon, at the softly moving silhouetted trees and plants around her. And after a while of walking, she finds her way to a crossroads and can see the signposts. An old, gnarly wooden signpost with a few different directions. And she checks out the map, looks back at the signpost and knows which way to go. And so she follows the correct route. Now heading away from farmland, all those fields, towards open meadows, where wildflowers grow free, where deer graze, and rabbits can be seen jumping around, gnawing at grasses, and darting into their burrows. And she continues following this meadow till she starts to hear the soft sound of flowing water way off in the distance. She refers back to the map. You can see that the route she has to take follows the side of a lake, and then the stream that leads into that lake. And she places the map away again and walks along towards that sound of water, and can see the lake as it appears in the distance, its surface sparkling like a million diamonds as the moonlight dances and skips across the water. And as she gets near to the lake, so she hears the splashing of a duck bathing, sees the sight of a swan sleeping, just gently floating, its legs just beneath the water, moving slightly, as if to help keep the swan in position. And along the edge of this lake, the tall reeds that are rustling as the waves gently lap towards the shore. And she heads along this lake, follows the lake round, heads over a small stone bridge that crosses the beginning of the stream, and continues to walk along the other side of the stream. Almost walking with a slight skip at the pleasure of being out in this environment, how calming and deeply relaxing it is. And after quite some time of walking, Ruby reaches a point where she has to turn off down another track, and she follows this track towards a building in the distance. And it's a small stone building which looks important. It looks like more of a house, but not as much as a palace or a castle. And it seems a little bigger than a house, but not much. But something about it seems important. And she arrives at that building, walks up to the large wooden door, does her best to knock on the door. And she can hear some movement the other side of the door. And then she can hear some locks unlatching. And then the door gently opens, and she sees a beagle standing the other side of the door, who invites her in. And she heads in, and the beagle closes the door behind her. And like her own home, there's a fireplace gently burning in the corner of the room. There's the most comfortable rug resting on the floor, and there are 3 beagles standing in here, and they introduce themselves as the elders, that they're the keepers of the book of knowledge. They impart wisdom to travellers who are deserving of that wisdom. And they show Ruby through to what looks like a vast library. And in the heart of the library is a book on a table which seems to almost be humming with knowledge. It looks like it's almost sparkling with magic. And they guide Ruby all the way to that book. They carefully open the book, and they begin to reveal secrets of knowledge and wisdom to Ruby. And it feels like it takes hours for them to reveal those secrets. But as they approach the last page, Ruby can see that different travellers have written in the book, and they ask her to write something down. Something personal, something she would like to achieve. Almost like a commitment to herself. And so Ruby writes that down on the page, signs her name, and the book is closed. And with that, one of the elders hands her a small scroll and tells her this scroll will give her instructions to fulfill a quest before heading home. And so she takes that scroll. She's asked if she would like to stop for a while and have some refreshments, as she's already been on a long journey. And so she sits with the elders and enjoys a drink and some food and some good company. And after that drink and food and good company, feeling full and satiated, and deeply calm and relaxed, she says goodbye to the elders, leaves the building. She looks at the scroll, reads the instructions, and marks her new destination on her map. And she has to follow a winding road to the most beautiful spring, before following another path to where she's going. And so she follows that path, getting deeper and deeper into the landscape, following the map, often from memory, while gazing around, enjoying nature. She continues, wandering and drifting and dreaming through the landscape, until she notices a random elderberry bush and knows that's the point, to turn slightly off this path and she'll be cutting through some woodland, but there's another path she'll be finding the other side of the woodland. And she cuts into this nighttime woodland, the moonlight only occasionally managing to penetrate the canopy overhead, with shards of silver light dancing as the wind blows a breeze and the leaves gently rustle. And she continues on this serene journey with a deep sense of peace and harmony and a connection to this world around her. And she finds her way at the other side of the woodland to another path which she follows. And she continues following that path to a freshwater spring. The smell of that water, smelling as fresh as it looks. And she follows that spring as the water flows towards the seashore. And it's quite a walk she has to make through this landscape, heading towards that seashore. It feels like many hours before she even starts to hear that faintest sound of waves lapping onto the shore. And she can see, as she approaches, over undulating meadows, following this stream, the faintest hint of the ocean in the distance, being able to just about make out where the ocean is and where the sky touches that ocean. And she arrives at the ocean, walks through the softest golden sand, can hear the sound of the ocean waves as they lap on the shore and pull some of that sand back or lapping back on the shore again. And she walks along the edge of the water, there are points where the undulating meadows blend straight down to the seashore and the sand, and other points where there are small cliffs. And as Ruby explores the cliffs, she finds a cave she's looking for. She lights a torch and heads into that cave, hearing the way the sea echoes in the cave. But the further she walks into the cave, the more distant the sea sounds. as she walks, so this cave passage opens out into a cave chamber. And in the heart of the chamber is a glowing, sparkling tree. And it's such a delicate looking tree, with a narrow trunk, symmetrical branches, most beautiful leaves, sparkling with magic, glowing with its own light. And on this tree is a single fruit, and she approaches that tree. She takes that passion fruit from the tree and, as instructed in the note she was given, she takes a bite of that juicy passion fruit, and then another and another, until the passion fruit is all gone. She then follows the instructions that she's to go and lay on a certain bed in this chamber. And the bed looks like a stone slab with the most comfortable blankets on top. She climbs up and rests down and finds her eyes wanting to close. And as her eyes close, so she feels herself drifting and floating deeper and deeper into a reverie. Feeling so calm and comfortable, so deeply relaxed. And as she drifts deeper and deeper into this passion fruit fueled reverie, it's as if her eyes open in a new land, where she's in a room in an old wooden cottage. And the furniture in this room is singing and dancing. And there's a woman here singing and dancing with that furniture. And she can see through the windows. The sun is shining and it looks like such a beautiful day. And outside is a white horse, and she feels compelled to go outside and meet the horse. And so she heads over towards one of the windows which is open, climbs up and out of the window, jumps down the other side, and heads over to the horse. And this horse, which is almost glowing with how white it is, introduces themselves as basically they always take the simplest option to a solution. they say that they've been expecting Ruby to appear here. They've been waiting. They gesture for Ruby to climb up onto their back. And basically, Ruby then walk off from the cabin before basically begins to trot. And then the trot turns into a canter, and Ruby holds on tight. And as the canter turns into a gallop, so bubbles seem to form around basically's feet, and basically takes off into the air, riding on a bed of bubbles, leaving a trail of bubbles behind, galloping through the air above this magical and unknown landscape. And basically takes the easiest route they can up to a land in the clouds, lands on the clouds, slows down to a trot, then a walk, and approaches an ivory-coloured tower, glowing in these clouds. And comes to a halt at the entrance to the tower, and tells Ruby, you need to head in there to see the person you're here to see. And Ruby dismounts, heads up to the grand door, knocks on that door, and the door softly opens, and Ruby walks in, and the tower seems to be empty, but Ruby can hear someone talking to them. And she looks around to try and work out who's talking and where from, and discovers this person is invisible. They're invisible because people forgot who they were. People stopped believing in them. And when people stopped believing, they faded away. And they want Ruby's help to be visible again. And they explain that people have stopped believing in love, that there are some lands where people do, but there's a threshold, a tipping point, where when a certain number of people stop believing in you, it's as if you just become invisible. But you're not allowed to try to change people's minds yourself. But Ruby, being a curious kitten, has the ability to help to touch the hearts and minds of many. and the invisible person asks Ruby to head over to a ruby red rug in the corner of this room. Asks Ruby to put on the magical mittens, to rest down on that rug, cross her legs, close her eyes, and begin to drift into a meditation where she'll project herself into the minds of all those who've stopped believing in love. And to influence their dreams, so they dream of having a kitten like Ruby, playing with Ruby, feeling Ruby rest on their lap, purring while being stroked. And so Ruby settles down on that rug, closes her eyes, drifts into a meditation, imagines her mind and body relaxing, then imagines her consciousness gradually stretching out, and she can see threads of connection between herself, her consciousness, and all those who've stopped believing in love. She projects herself into their minds while they sleep. They begin to dream of having a kitten as a friend, a kitten that shows them love, that enjoys having their belly stroked, having their back stroked behind the ear, that will rest on their lap, giving out the most healing purrs. And as Ruby projects herself into the minds of those people, so she sees those people's cheeks turning slightly red and warm, colour coming back to their memories, love coming back to their heart. And one by one, each of those people is like a burst of light and colour, as love forms back in their life. And once each one has love back in their heart, so Ruby drifts from the meditation, awakens in that palace, can see before themselves the most beautiful, friendly-looking creature. They thank Ruby for all her help. They hand her a gift that's so precious it goes unspoken. Then she leaves the palace. She rides basically on those bubbles back down to that cabin. She heads back into the cabin, falls asleep in the cabin, awakening in that chamber. She leaves the chamber and walks along the beach. Something about the way she walks now is lighter than it was before. Something within her has changed, as has the world around her. And she really takes her time to find her way back, until she drifts into the deepest of sleeps and wanders and meanders through the stages of sleep before awakening on that rug in front of that fire. And after awakening on that rug in front of the fire, she decides it's time to settle down somewhere else. She feels things here have shifted, like somehow this entire dream sequence was deeply meaningful. So she finds a new spot to settle down in, somewhere a little cooler than by the fire. She settles back down, and so easily and effortlessly she drifts and floats, peacefully asleep, into Slumberland. And in this bedtime story, you're wandering through an early morning meadow. There's low fog bubbling around your feet, simmering just above the plants and the grasses of this meadow. And something about that milky, bubbling fog and the rising sunlight, which is gradually evaporating that fog away, seems to give a certain stillness to this environment, almost as if the sound of each footstep struggles to weave its way through the fog and out to your ears. And as you continue to walk through this meadow, the sun continuing to softly and slowly rise over the horizon, you can hear the morning sounds of songbirds singing gently in the trees, occasionally seeing the puff of fog bounce as rabbits leap through the meadow. And you can feel the slight cool air on your cheeks, with that tinge of warmth from the sun. And while you walk through this serene meadow, occasionally you find yourself lost in thought, your mind drifting and wandering in the peacefulness of the experience. And as you wander and wander, you walk from the meadow into some woodland, passing through a gate. And to pass through that gate, you have to lift the latch, lift the gate, swing that gate open, turn around, holding the gate up as you move it back, Lift it back into position and then lower the latch. And yet the fog just works its way through the gate, through the fence, meandering along the floor of that woodland, easily and effortlessly finding its own way into the woodland. And as the fog in the woodland rises gently, so it gives the trees a greater sense of depth. As the nearer trees are more in view, you can notice their colours. But the further back you look, it's like the trees are layered. As their colours become more muted, and while walking through this landscape, some of those early rays of morning light shining, dancing golden rays through the branches, almost as if that light is zapping the fog, helping the fog to disperse, but giving the green leaves a slight yellow tinge that helps to create the most beautiful scene. And so you stop and take some photographs as you go, framing trees within your shot, the fog helping to create that separation between the subject you're photographing and the rest of the trees in the woodland. And knowing that ordinarily when walking in woodland and taking photos, you see trees with interesting character, gnarled branches and trunks, leaves hanging off trees in an interesting way, some trees having interesting symmetry, others having interesting asymmetry, but ordinarily with no fog. The background is too chaotic and similar to the tree to make the tree stand out and look as good in the photograph as it did to your eyes when you saw it. And so, taking this momentary opportunity, knowing the fog will dissipate fairly quickly, you take as many photographs as you can. And while the fog gently dissipates and rises up and leaves the canopy of the woodland, so you just have the sound of your footsteps and some singing birds for company. And while walking through this woodland, going deeper and deeper into the woodland, so you spot a deer in the distance, just noticing its form through the trees. You stop and take some photos of that deer, trying not to get too close to disturb it. as you continue on further, you can hear the hoot of an owl. And almost out of the blue, you spy a young owl resting in a tree, seemingly staying as still as possible, as if not to be noticed. You take some photos of that young owl before, out of the corner of your eye, seeing the parent owl with its fully formed feathers. You take some photos of that owl. And you feel that this has been a productive trip. Your observational abilities have really paid off, and your patience and your calmness, walking so calmly through the woodland that you don't disturb the nature as you go. Then, while continuing to walk and explore the woodland, you come out at a lake in the heart of this woodland. You sit down on the edge of the lake, with your feet gently in the water, that water so calm and soft, just the right temperature, the feeling of the water lapping peacefully over your feet, your lower legs. And you see an unusual sight for this area. You see a number of flamingo standing, wading in that water. And you watch as those flamingo stand there and then dunk their heads down below the surface for a while. Pull their heads back up, the water running, dripping off their beak. The way the light glistens across the lake surface, making the surface of the lake almost seem to sparkle. And while watching this scene, the sun, now higher in the sky, approaching midday, you rest back with a book. You begin to read that book, absorbing yourself in the story. And you absorb yourself in that story so much so that the sun continues to pass across the sky. Clouds drift past. Trees rustle. The flamingos continue to feed. The sun begins to set. And you start to notice that you're squinting a little to see the pages, and only then realize it's started to go dark, and discover how long you've sat here for, absorbed in that book, so deeply absorbed you didn't notice that time passing. You move away from the water's edge a little, decide to set up a camp, set up a campfire, and relax into the tent. You place the book beside a sleeping bag ready to read a little more later. You make yourself comfortable before cooking yourself some food over that campfire, the scent of the food wafting calmly to your nostrils, helping your mouth salivate a little. You enjoy some food and drink as the sounds of crickets begin to form around you, like a small chorus of buzzing notes. The occasional sounds of birds, and the sound of splashing in the lake as the birds on the lake move their wings, some perhaps landing on the water, others maybe taking off, others perhaps just cleaning themselves. But it's now too dark to see the lake. And the dusty patchwork of stars begin to awaken in the night sky. The arch of the Milky Way blanketing across the centre of the sky. Occasional shooting stars fizzing past. And you rest back into the tent. The entrance to the tent still open as you enjoy the warmth of the fire that's burning down to embers so softly and calmly. And once the fire has fully burned down and all the crackling of the fire has stopped, you seal up the entrance to the tent and lie back and continue to read. And while you read, you can hear the occasional scampering sound of small creatures outside. You hear the relaxing sound of the animals in the nearby woodland. You think you hear the sound of perhaps a deer walking up to the lake's edge, maybe drinking a little water, before heading back to the safety of the woodland. And you continue reading through that book, but start to feel your eyes getting heavier with each line you read, as if as your eyes are scanning left to right and then down a line, left to right and then down a line. Those eyes moving down feel more weighted down and heavier, and begin to want to close. And so after a number of hours of reading some more, you place a bookmark into the book where you're at. You put the book down beside you before settling back, snuggling down into the most comfortable way in that sleeping bag, feeling the perfect temperature and finding your eyes blink a few times before closing fully and discovering yourself drifting and floating so peacefully, so calmly, so relaxed asleep. And as you sleep, so you begin to imagine yourself in a computer game. And you're exploring a fantasy landscape. And you think of this game as perhaps being a bit like Skyrim, or maybe The Witcher, some kind of open world fantasy adventure. And you can see the tall mountains in the distance. The aesthetically pleasing river thundering through the landscape. And as you explore this landscape, you notice there are calm flowing streams weaving through forests, sharing their water with that larger flowing river. And while you walk around and explore, following a path through the landscape, you meet a small hedgehog. And this small hedgehog tells you that they have a quest for you. They'd like you to go in search of a long lost chalice. And they hand you a document, and you have a sense of that document pinning its details to a map. And you decide to do that quest. So you take a look at the map, start to follow the path to the next location for the quest. And you walk alongside that large river before detouring off through the forest, traipsing through the undergrowth, walking over the undulating landscape. You walk towards some lights of a town. You head into that town, seeing people arriving with horse and cart, some people riding on horseback. There's a market down the centre of the town with different vendors offering different services and selling different items. And there are buildings through the town, including inns and places to stay, places to get food and drink, and places for different services, like upgrading the clothes or the armour or the weapons. and you're quite happy with what you've got. But you decide that you will spend a night at the inn. So you head to the inn. You ask the innkeeper for a room for the night. They suggest you head upstairs. So you head upstairs and head to your room. You head over to the bed. And you have to decide how long to sleep for. And you work out in your mind that it's probably 8 hours until the sun will fully be risen. So you decide to sleep for 6. You lay down in the bed. And you have this sense of those 6 hours counting down while you sleep deeper and deeper. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and on the count of 1, you open your eyes and climb out of bed. And it's still slightly dark outside, although there's the faintest hint that light will be coming soon. Then you head out of the inn and continue walking through this town, over a stone bridge, wandering through a marshy landscape, and then through a landscape filled with fields and hedgerows dividing those fields. And the sun beginning to rise above the horizon, the sky turning a golden colour as you continue to walk. And while walking, you notice off in the distance is an area of hills and meadows, and on one of the hills is a castle. And you look at the map and can see that seems to be where you're heading. And so you walk your way towards that castle. And while walking, you just enjoy the environment. You enjoy the sounds of birds, the feeling of the breeze, the rustling of the leaves in the trees. And you notice the gentle thud of each footstep you take. And on your journey, you hear a gentle meow, and so you slow down and almost sneak to try to not disturb whatever's meowing. And from under a bush, a small little ginger cat wanders onto the path. You head over to that cat, crouch down. You gently stroke its belly, stroke behind its ear. You stroke its back. The cat rolls onto its back, and so you stroke its belly some more. And then you set off and continue to explore. And as you do, you say goodbye to the cat. You apologise to the cat that you have to go, You continue walking along this path. The occasional person on horseback trots past you, says good morning as they go. And from time to time you stop and eat, and then continue on that journey. And later in the day, you eventually arrive at the road that leads to the castle. You follow that road up to the castle entrance. You knock on the door. The door then opens and you enter. And as you enter, so the footsteps echo around this castle, around this open space and stone walls. Occasionally you walk across thick rugs, which absorb each footstep you take, and then back out onto the stone floor. And as you walk around, so you look at the map, which is now more zoomed in, and you can see the rooms that you've explored within this castle. And you see the mark for where the princess is. And so you navigate your way round this castle until you find the most opulent grand room. And seated on a throne in that grand room is the princess. And you head over to the princess. And the princess tells you that to find the chalice that you're seeking, you need to head to the village for some beans. And once you have the beans, you need to know where to plant them, and it'll feel right. And then they'll grow. And you leave this princess, you navigate your way back out of the castle. You see that your map has updated. There's a new marker. And you walk back down that path to the main path and begin to navigate your way in the direction of that marker. And as you walk in the direction of that marker, so you enjoy the experience of meandering through nature. And the marker seems to be leading to a town in the heart of this land. And so you follow that road. You weave your way round and on to different paths, sometimes going off the path, scrambling through the meadows, wandering through woodland, watching as you get closer and closer to where you're headed. And this town in the heart of this land is much bigger than the towns you've seen previously. There are taller towers, larger structures, and a lot more light, which stands out as evening begins to set in. And you head to the town. And similar to other towns, there are market stalls through the centre of town, and buildings offering different wares. and places to stay and to eat. And you head over and talk to a ferret standing near the entrance to the town. You ask them where you can buy some magic beans. You explain what it is you're looking for. And the ferret directs you to a specific cellar. You weave your way through the people in the town, looking at each market stall as you go. You find your way to the cellar you seek, and they look like an old Victorian gentleman. They're wearing a long black cape, a tall hat, and dark clothes. They have piercing, friendly eyes. And you purchase off of them a bag of those beans. They tell you they only grow when it's a full moon, and that to grow them it has to be in a location where the water marks an X, and there are no trees immediately around. And you thank them and take those beans and set off to leave the town. And while you walk out of the town, so you look at your map, you find a point where two streams seem to cross. And those streams seem to cross in a meadow. And so you walk your way through farmland, fields of sheep and cows, the sun still setting. You walk your way past the most pleasant smelling fields, and after leaving the farmland, you continue on past dotted trees. And you continue on until the path starts to follow the side of a stream. And as you listen to the babbling water, feeling more relaxed, you walk along the side of that stream. And after walking for quite some time, you reach that intersection where a stream crosses this stream. And there's a small, narrow bridge over the stream. And you head just over the bridge. You notice as the moon rises into the sky that it's a full moon. And so you plant one of those beans. And you plant one in each of the corners next to the stream, unsure whether there's a specific location you needed to plant them, or whether it didn't matter. You pat each one down. You apply a little of that water by cupping the stream water in your hands and pouring it over each bean, one at a time. You then set up a camp a little way from the stream. You enjoy some food and drink, and then you settle down for the night. And as you rest and drift and dream and float so peacefully asleep, so the beans begin to grow. And the more the beans grow, the deeper asleep you seem to get, completely unaware of the connection with those beans. And when it reaches the morning, so you're woken by the light on the outside of the tent and the singing of songbirds. You unzip the tent and gasp ever so slightly at the sight. Where the 4 beans once were, now what looks like wooden trunks of trees have grown and risen, and the 4 trunks have met above the centre of the cross of the streams, and intertwined and wrapped and grown taller and taller, those trees acting like a bridge, with the flowing of the stream beneath them. And this tree seems to stretch up for as high as the eye can see. And at the foot of a tree is a small sign that just says, "Ascend me." And so you pack away the camping gear. You secure everything onto your back, and you begin to ascend. And it feels almost like you're rock climbing, navigating the trunk of this tree. And you carefully continue ascending higher and higher. And as you reach a certain height, you notice you're passing through cloud cover. After a little bit longer, you come out above the clouds and you see the most beautiful, almost ethereal, magical landscape. You carefully lower 1 foot down to that cloud-looking ground, unsure whether to trust it when you've just climbed through it. And when it looks just like a cloud, and although slightly soft, you don't sink through it. And so you climb onto that cloud, begin to explore this land. You take out your map and it seems to direct you through this cloud land to a specific location. And you walk through this cloud land, seeing curious creatures, interesting sights. and you arrive at a tall tower. You head into that tall tower, begin to ascend a spiral staircase, still following the map. And you arrive at a room within this tall tower. You carefully open the door to that room. It swings gently open to a creak, and on a plinth in the centre of this room, you see a sparkling chalice, almost humming with a mystical, magical hum. You take that chalice, and as you pick the chalice up, so it's if the chalice is imbued with memories. You start to get memories of this chalice's journey to this location. And you learn that the chalice shouldn't really be moved from here. And so you decide to place it back where you found it. But you are told to seek the chalice, that was the quest you're on. But you notice as you've moved the chalice, some of the rocks in a wall have slid apart from the wall, and within that space behind the secret wall, you find a small cup and a note on that cup to say, "Drink me." And so you drink that drink, and you feel this deep sense of wanting to sit down a moment, as if it's an experience that requires being seated. And as you sit down, so your eyes get heavier and close, and you feel a wave of healing light pass from the chalice in through the top of your head, as if carried on the liquid you've drunk, passing that healing, pulsing gently down through your head, around your ears, your eyes, around your cheeks, your forehead, softening, relaxing, healing those parts as it flows down through your head, through your brain, through your nostrils, through your nose, through your mouth, your teeth, through your jaw, down the back of your neck, the sides of your neck, down the front of your neck, tingling and passing over the shoulders, down both arms, all the way down to the tips of the fingers, passing that healing light with each out-breath down through the body, until eventually the healing light reaches the tips of your toes, and your mind drifts deeper and deeper into an experience of inner discovery and wonder, learning and healing yourself on a deep and profound level, in ways you're even unaware of. And you feel this experience lasts for a long time, as you discover yourself becoming more absorbed in that experience. And then after the experience, you feel that something has changed within you. You have some new connection with reality. You also feel you don't need to take that whole chalice away with you. What you came here for, you've got. It just wasn't what you thought it was going to be. And the experience has made you so tired. You notice there's a bed against a wall opposite the chalice. You decide to lie just for a moment down on that bed. You rest there with your eyes closed, drifting deeper and more relaxed asleep. And after sleeping for a number of hours, you awaken. You find your way down and out of this tower, and at the foot of the tower you see a ladybird, and the ladybird offers for you to climb on its back, and it'll take you home. And you climb on the ladybird's back as that ladybird flies you over the landscape and takes you all the way home. And once home, you say goodbye to the ladybird. You head in to this home, and you know this isn't your real home, but your home here in this fantasy computer game. And you head up to the bedroom. You head over to the bed. And at the bed, you see the question for how long you should sleep for. You decide to sleep for 10 hours. You lie back and rest down. And as you drift and float so peacefully asleep, so the countdown timer counts down those hours from 10, 9, to 8, 7, to 6, to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, that's it. And then you awaken in this land. You leave your home. You feel a sense of saving the game. And with saving the game, you drift into the deepest, most profound sleep from this dream. And after going through a few cycles of deep sleep and dreams, you awaken feeling so refreshed. You continue on your journey through this countryside until eventually you arrive at a small country village. You walk through that village across cobbled streets. You walk to a small bed and breakfast. You ring the doorbell for this bed and breakfast, and a friendly woman answers the door and invites you in. You head up to your room. You've been told about where breakfast will be in the morning. and the routines around here, and it's so quiet and peaceful. And so you settle down in that bed, and it is the most comfortable bed to sleep in. So comfortable, in fact, that just resting in the bed almost guarantees sleep. And you let your eyes close. And you feel it's time now to drift and sleep. And so you start to fall asleep comfortably. And it doesn't take long for those eyes to close fully. Your body to relax deeply and comfortably. As you drift and float so peacefully relaxed asleep into Slumberland. And as you comfortably fall asleep, I'm just going to tell a story where you find yourself flying on a mushroom. And you're on that mushroom, soaring through the sky, weaving around wispy clouds, diving down through bulbous, puffy clouds. You can feel the cool air buffeting your cheeks, hearing the sound of the wind as it passes across your ears, and see that open, vast landscape below, of rolling hills and meadows, of dense woodland, deer roaming around the meadow at the edge of a woodland, sheep and cows grazing in fields, a weaving river meandering through the landscape. And in the distance, a turret perched atop a tall hill. And you steer that mushroom, flying it towards that turret. And as you get closer to the turret, so you notice the colour of the stone, the texture of that stone. You arrive at the tall turret. You land that mushroom in the meadow on this hill beside this turret. And as soon as the mushroom lands on that meadow, so it branches out into the ground. Seeking out its mycelial web in search of other similar mushrooms that it'll connect to and communicate with, while recharging and drawing some energy from the landscape. You climb down from that soft body of the mushroom. You walk through the meadow to the front of this turret. To a solid oak door. You rap 3 times on that oak door, and there's no answer. So you use the latch, carefully opening the door, walking inside, feeling the air pressure change as you enter, the quality of the environment shift, the sound become a little more muted. You close that door behind you, hearing the silence in here, inside this turret. You can see large rugs on the floor, bookshelves around the walls filled with ancient tomes, dust motes hanging delicately in the air. And a stone staircase wrapped around the edge of the wall. Walking to the centre of the room, standing on that soft rug, you look up multiple floors, seeing all the way up to the top of this turret. You begin ascending the stone staircase, walking to one corner, changing direction, ascending to the next corner. And each room doesn't quite fill the space. There's a hole going straight up the centre of this turret. And like a fence wrapped around that hole on each floor, and against each wall, tucked under the stairs, are numerous bookcases filled with the wisdom of thousands of books. You peer over the side of the fence looking down, seeing the floor below. Before continuing to ascend, working your way all the way to the top floor. And on the top floor, against one wall, is an old wooden table surrounded by bookshelves. And on that table is a small plinth, and resting on that plinth is what looks like a giant marble or crystal ball, and there looks to be something within that. And so you walk over to that giant crystal ball, and as you get close, you notice within the crystal ball looks like a galaxy gently rotating in space. You get close to that crystal ball, your eyes really close to the side, watching the intricate detail of that galaxy, how it's turning in space within the ball. With both hands you touch the crystal ball on both sides of the ball, and you feel a slight fizzing, tingling at the fingertips, a slight warmth pulsing so gently and calmly from that ball into those hands, moving from the fingertips to the palms, the wrists, gradually moving that warmth into your body. And as that warmth brings deep comfort through your body and begins to calm your mind, you notice that you start forming a connection of consciousness, as if your consciousness through your body touching that ball is connecting with universal consciousness of everything contained within that crystal. And with that, your eyes begin to close, and you hold that same position, just with your head nodding very gently forward, the eyelids closing softly. And you start to have this sense of floating on the wind of consciousness, meandering into the crystal ball, travelling gently through space towards that galaxy. Feeling yourself travelling on consciousness at a timeless speed, like the tip of a beam of light. And you feel a part of yourself deep within you, almost following the different threads of consciousness here, as if one specific thread catches your attention, and you meander through those threads, weaving among the different threads, following one thread to its source, and following that towards a specific star, seeing the planets orbiting that star, following that thread to one of those planets, seeing the water and the land mass on that planet, continuing to follow that thread down onto the planet, to a specific being on the planet, to an anthropomorphic llama standing on its two back legs, the friendliest of smiles, the softest of fur, the gentlest of eyes, and you settle as a consciousness alongside this llama. And while you rest beside the llama, so you start to feel like you want to be able to engage with the Lama, and as you wonder that and feel that, you notice your body taking on a physical form, like a projection of yourself here. And the Lama's a little startled at first to see you appear from nothing. But you find that you can talk and communicate perfectly well with this Lama. But because you're talking on the level of consciousness, there is no language or communication barrier. Your own consciousness interprets and understands the consciousness coming to it. And shares that consciousness with you in a form that you understand. In the same way that a computer on some level may just be zeros and ones. On an even deeper level, it may just be combinations of electrical impulses. But the computer reinterprets that into a form you can understand, with writing on screen, pictures or diagrams, maybe speech from the computer. And so you both have different languages, and you can type things or communicate back, and the computer understands you. And yet in reality the computer doesn't understand your language any more than you understand its. And so it is here that you understand the Lama understands you, when in reality neither of you would understand the other. Your universal consciousness connection does all the translating for you. And you ask this Lama where they are, and they tell you about this planet, about the star system. They tell you about other stars, they talk about being in a galaxy. And to them they have no awareness of this galaxy being contained within a crystal, on a plinth, in a tower full of books. And they invite you for tea, and you accept, and you follow them back to their home, high up in a canopy of a wide and vast ancient tree. And while you sit in this canopy, drinking tea, gazing out across the landscape below, they talk about magical portals. And they stand up and they head to an ancient box. They open that old box, with a slight old musty scent wafting from the open box. They take out what looks like a headscarf that seems to be wrapped around an object. They head back to the most comfortable chair and rest on that chair. They place that object carefully down on a coffee table between you. They lift up the headscarf, unfolding that headscarf to reveal what looks like a pocket watch. They tell you this is their grandma's pocket watch. They twist the knob on the side of the pocket watch. The mechanism begins ticking. The hands begin moving. And a blue fuzzy patch starts to form above the watch, and a portal opens up. And you can see through that portal is a rough ocean and a ship bobbing up and down on the water as the waves undulate. The white horses galloping along the tips of those waves. Some of that salty spray splashing through the portal, tasting that salty sea air. The Lama says you can visit this place through this portal. You stand up, you lean towards the portal and feel yourself half intentionally moving yourself through and half almost dragged through, feeling a deep sense of peace and calm and wonder as you totally pass through the portal and find yourself as an albatross, with your giant wings stretched out, weathering this storm, watching that ship below. And you circle up higher and higher, heading above the storm to the clear sky and a calm atmosphere, seeing those storm clouds below, feeling the warmth of the sun on your wings and your back. Curious where this is. The ship looked very normal, and this planet, wherever this is, seems very familiar, and yet you have this feeling from a billion points of consciousness letting you know this is somewhere you've never been before. It's somewhere new to explore. You see the storm gradually dissipating, the water calming, that ship sailing out of the storm. You see seagulls and other birds in the sky, and as the storm continues to clear, you notice buried deep under the clouds, the ship was approaching land. The captain of the ship and the crew direct that ship to the land, moor the ship up a little way from shore, and as you continue to fly overhead, you watch as the captain and the crew get into small boats, travel to the land, and they seem a little wobbly at first on land, as if their sea legs are still left out to sea. They light a fire on the beach, and you can smell the scent of cooked food wafting gently up in the air currents to your nose. You watch as they mix and mingle and drink and have a party on the shore. That storm disappearing off into the horizon. The sun setting. That crew settling down and drifting asleep. The fire burning down to embers. Hearing the whispering voices of the crew mixed with the sounds of all the other consciousness you can hear from those billions of points of consciousness. And as you fly around the landscape, admiring the land and the ocean, you see a mother and calf whale poking their heads above the water, letting out their breath, taking in a breath, before diving down, the tails rising above the water just before they disappear beneath the surface. Sometime later, watching as they appear back at the surface again. Noticing the stars twinkling in the sky, the occasional shooting star fizzing across that inky blue night. The sight of the centre of this galaxy looking different to the sight of the Milky Way arched overhead. The sun far over the horizon. And as you fly, so you feel a sense of time moving. And as morning approaches, so you see the way the sun here rises delicately over the ocean. The sparkling of the light wrapped across those undulating waves. Fluffy clouds drifting lazily through the sky. You watch as that crew gathers up some wood, has something to eat, has prepared some fresh water, takes all this back to their boat. And then sets off in their ship, once more towards the horizon. And you see that blue patch in the sky. It's the entrance and exit of the portal. You pass through that blue patch in the sky, and as you do, you find yourself coming out the portal as you were, landing in this room, talking with this llama. And as it's now getting late, the llama invites you to stay the night, and perhaps you can explore some more and understand deeper about the impact of connecting with universal consciousness. And they guide you to a bedroom with the most comfortable bed. Then you settle down in that bed. As you drift asleep, so you dream of sitting in a garden at twilight, hearing a sound coming from somewhere, of someone playing a harp, an ethereal sound that just seems to dance on the wind. And you don't know where the sound's coming from. It just seems to be all around you, as if it's a cozy, comfortable blanket, wrapping you up in peace and harmony for the night. And you pass through a stage of deep, comfortable sleep. You dream for a while. You enter recuperative sleep. Your body heals itself, cleans itself up and looks after itself. Before drifting into dreamless, deep sleep, allowing the body to continue to do its work in the most profound way as you relax and sleep deeper and deeper. And in the morning you find yourself awoken by the gentle glow of light through the window. The pleasant sound of songbirds, the sound of the llama moving around in the kitchen, perhaps preparing some food. Once up, you walk through to the kitchen, to the most pleasantly smelling breakfast. They gesture for you to sit and eat some with them, and you sit and really enjoy that breakfast. You feel that during your sleep, you'd gain some insight you previously didn't have, but that insight is on a deep level. And you feel you know that insight without knowing you know it. You just know that you know it. And the llama has to go about their day, so you say your goodbyes. You continue to explore this landscape. You're curious whether there are any other portals or devices which can connect you with other places in the galaxy, like the Grandma's pocket watch. And you can't shake that feeling, like there's this delicate sound of harps playing so pleasantly, just on the edge of hearing, as if somehow a deep connecting part of you helping you feel relaxed as you explore, as if saying we're always with you wherever you go, and you can gain comfort in that knowledge. And you walk through the landscape, you head into woodland, you crunch through the undergrowth, you smell the sweet woodland scent, hear the rustling of leaves around you as the wind blows a breeze across the treetops. The air inside the woodland is so much stiller, calmer and more relaxed. And you find yourself noticing a clearing in the distance. You walk through and out into that clearing, where you find a cottage with the most beautiful garden. You open the latch to the gate at the front of the cottage, walk through, close that behind you, walk up the path to the front door of the cottage. You see on the front door a note saying, "I'll be back in 10 minutes. In the meantime, you sit down on a bench beside the cottage, looking out over the garden, enjoying the scent of the flowers, the sight of bees and butterflies flitting from plant to plant. The delicate rustling of leaves of the bushes and the trees, the sound of some birds chatting within the bushes. Almost feeling this garden so relaxing, your eyes get heavier and want to close, as you just listen to how calming this space is with your ears. And after some time, you hear the latch on the gate. You look up. You see the owner of this cottage approaching. A really friendly looking caterpillar, managing its legs so well, almost hypnotically. And this caterpillar has the largest smile. And with every word they say, they seem to almost be laughing, as if they're always bordering on the edge of extreme pleasure and enjoyment of life. And they show you through the garden round to the rose garden. They say everyone should sometimes wake up and smell the roses. You take a whiff of those roses and agree they really do smell nice and calming. That kind of scent that takes your mind back to somewhere pleasant in the past. They show you to other areas of the garden before inviting you in to the cottage itself. And the layout of the cottage is an interesting layout, because a caterpillar has to be able to walk around, and so there needs to be room for it to turn, to move. Rooms need to be longer and slightly wider. And it's really interesting, you think, how the layout of a property can be based on who lives there. And this caterpillar tells you they've got a magical potion for you. If you're comfortable exploring your consciousness. And they get that liquid from a cupboard. They pour some into a cup. You carefully raise the cup to your lips, smelling the scent of the potion. How sweet that potion smells. Before taking a sip and feeling the potion as it drifts its way down through your body. You feel your mind begin to clear, your head begin to relax, your ears relaxing, your neck, your jaw, the relaxation moving and spreading so calmly and gently down through your body, around your shoulders, your chest, your upper back, down into your arms, ever so slowly moving down to the tips of your toes. You feel your eyes getting heavier and closing, and then opening in a whole new reality. And as you open your eyes, you become hyper-aware of all the threads of consciousness, of life, and yourself being at the heart of it, but at the same time knowing, although you feel like you're in the centre, at the heart of life around you, every bit of life will have the experience like they're the one in the centre, and any direction they look, there's almost uniform streams of life and consciousness. And as you look around, and you feel yourself exploring this web of interconnected consciousness, you see a dolphin swimming through the sky, swimming just above all the threads of consciousness. It seems to be balancing a crystal ball on its nose while it swims. As it gets near to you, it flicks the crystal ball off its nose. Very slowly and gently that crystal ball flies through the air and lands in your lap. You hold the crystal ball, and you feel like this is a crystal ball at the heart of the galaxy, at the heart of space, at the heart of the crystal ball on that plinth, surrounded by bookshelves in that tower, surrounded by meadow and woodland. And while holding the crystal ball, you have a sense of threads of consciousness combining within the ball to a bright point of light, as if all the consciousness from everywhere is contained in that one point, and everything in that one point is contained everywhere. And you get a deep revelation and understanding of the world, like your own profound aha moment, that at first you perhaps don't even realize consciously. But it brings a comforting, comfortable smile to your face, and a feeling of drifting and floating asleep. And after a while of experiencing this, you feel yourself merging into the crystal ball, becoming one with that point of universal consciousness that's one with all the macro universal consciousness. And then you feel yourself opening your eyes, seeing your hands resting on the crystal ball, feeling the dissipating feelings and experience, surrounded by those shelves of books. You notice as your hands almost automatically decide to remove themselves from the crystal ball, that night has begun to set in outside. You head down one level where there was a bed here. You rest back on that bed, noticing through the small windows fading light outside, sounds of birds settling down, and the sensation of beginning to drift so peacefully, so comfortably asleep, drifting soundly asleep, relaxed into Slumberland.